Stevens.
And three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Unfortunately, that was your play of the day in Houston, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store in nissanusa.com today. This is WEEI Afternoons, and that was a low light from another loss. 5-game losing streak for your Boston Red Sox dropped to 1-5 on the season with a 6-4 defeat today. Not even Crochet could stop the bleeding. Andy Hart here, Nick Fitzy Stevens, Ted Johnson. And Fitzy, I think I'm going to stop saying what I've been saying over the last few days, which started out as a snarky joke and has turned into a sad reality that 1-161 is still on the table for this baseball team because they can't find a way to get a win. And I don't, not to be over dramatic, but baseball teams need off days. This team needs an off day as much as any baseball team I've seen.
Oh, they need a little bit more than an off day, Andy. They need a quality start. They need somebody to hit in the clutch before the ninth inning. They need to stop swinging and missing at fastballs and junk. They need their manager to pay attention to when a batter should be called out. They need their middle relievers to stop giving up bombs. Let me see what else. Oh, and they need a win. Yeah. Aside from that, I'd say the season's off to a hunky-dory start. This is truly like 1-5. I know everyone's going to try to hit us back, Andy, with like, guys, come on, it's still only 6 games. They haven't been home. No. This team looks awful. Like they look as bad as I can remember them at any point in the season before Easter, dare I say.
Ted Johnson, before we get to the drive open, when do we stop saying it's only 4 games, it's only 5 games, it's only 6 games? When do we put that away and just say we got problems?
Well, right now. Are you kidding me? I'm hitting the panic button. Are you kidding me? The time is now. So we this team. I don't know. People were very optimistic about this team. Clearly, the pitching was supposed to be a big improvement. People weren't worried about the fact that they couldn't. They're not going to be a power hitting team. So they'll manufacture runs. They'll put the ball in play. They'll use their athleticism and good pitching and good defense. None of that has happened. None of that has happened. The blueprint for this team was supposed to be really good pitching, good defense, and athleticism and manufacturing runs by putting the ball in play, and they haven't done any of that and strike out less. 13 strikeouts again today. Are you kidding me? I just, the only thing that you can maybe look hopeful to is that the Padres are coming into town and they're as bad as these guys are. So, but they got a lot of talent on that team. It's just they're underperforming, kind of like the Red Sox. So, it just feels like everyone's pressing. You see guys like Fitzy mentioned swinging at pitches way out of the zone. Guys are trying to make things happen, and it's just not working. It was nice to see Roman Anthony get that homer there at the top of the ninth. But my gosh, before that, 0 for 17 and with 10 strikeouts. So it's just right now, guys. It's the things that they were supposed to be good at: defense, athleticism, fielding. Pitching is not the case, and so I'm worried, man. I remember how we felt like when they got off to a 1-4 start last year. Now they're off to a 1-5 start, so it's not good.
All right, Stiz, it's 5:06. We're just getting started, but it's also time for the drive.
This is The Drive.
Swings and drives one high and deep into left field. Gone!
The top stories, stats, and quotes from around the sports world for your ride home. On WEEI Afternoons.
The drive today is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. And as we just kind of enumerated, it's almost difficult to figure out where you want to start, what problem you want to highlight with this baseball team, because there's almost nothing not named Wilyer Abreu to point to that you feel good about. Wilyer Abreu continues to hit. Yes, Roman Anthony hit a home run late, and hopefully that's a springboard for him. But I think for me, Ted, it's something you just touched on. They've played 6 games. They have 4 games with a dozen or more strikeouts, back-to-back games with 13 strikeouts. If you're going to tell me you're a team built on pitching and defense and you're not going to hit a lot of home runs, you got to put the ball in play. And to just roll out of bed and say, well, we're going to strike out a dozen times, right? That's more than once per inning. You're like, we're not putting the ball in play. I think that is the most alarming thing to me. And there's plenty of other things. You know, there's the defense. There's how you allowed a strikeout to go unnoticed. You know, there's but this team has to put the ball in play. If this team doesn't put the ball in play, they're not good enough offensively to score enough runs to win, Ted.
Yeah, Lou said on the telecast, basically this team is kind of designed to just move guys down the line, kind of just one guy does his job, that pass the baton to the next guy, where you pass the baton to the next guy. So nothing not sexy, but just kind of a dirt dog mentality in a team that just, is smart, that is athletic, that is on top of everything and doesn't make mental mistakes. And they have to manufacture runs. They have to bunt guys over. We saw that in that first game of the season. I mean, I saw a guy getting bunted over to sacrifice. So, you were hoping that that's what this team was going to look like, and it really hasn't. And I don't know what the story is, but it didn't get off to a great start. I mean, even before the game started, you hear that Narvaez is not in the lineup. That Connor Wong is going to be in place of him. What's going on there? Is there something off the field going on? You start to, you look at, this situation last year when they started 1-4, Bregman was there. They kind of, I don't know, just maybe kind of calm guys down. I don't see that in the leaders that they have on this team. That's just not what Trevor Story does. That's not what Jaron Duran does. And so just from a leadership standpoint, you got to be nervous, but nothing that they said that they were going to hang their hat on, pitching and defense, has been what we've seen so far. And that, Fitzy, is to me is very, very alarming early on.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, Andy, that they need to have their catchers make sure that they're in lockstep with what the manager expects from them on a road trip as well, and not force your backup catcher, who was okay at the dish today, both behind the plate, except for, when Garrett Crochet was just hanging sweepers to Carlos Correa, who looked like vintage Carlos Correa from 5 years ago today. There's not I cannot honestly pinpoint a single aspect of what the Red Sox are doing right now that to me would say, well, listen, if you need to build confidence, you can lean on blank. I mean, Wilyer Abreu seems like a stocky, stout, strong young man. I don't think the other 8 guys can lean on him and say, okay, carry us to a win. Just every aspect of what they're doing, even Crochet today. Oh, and by the way, the score could have been a lot worse had Cedon Rafaela not gold-gloved a ball. I think that was it was the bottom of the second inning when he covered about a football field's worth of ground to save Crochet's bacon. And what is Trevor Story doing, giving up letting a ground ball go through the wickets like he's 6 years old and got distracted by a mosquito at the Little League field? So bad, laughably bad, except for the fact that they're 4 games back, 6 games into the friggin' season.
Yeah, and you bring up Trevor Story, Ted. He is Unc. He is the veteran guy now, which means he's kind of supposed to inherit some sort of a leadership role. Hard to be a leader when you're the worst player on the team. And that might be saying a lot, but I think right now he might be the worst player on the team when you talk about defense and offense. And so I can't lean on him. And you're right, Fitzy. It's not fair to just say, Wilyer Abreu, we're just going to lean on you like you're Aaron Judge or some, mammoth figure within this baseball team. And our guy, we talked to him yesterday, and Alex Cora told us it's only 4 games. Well, there's been 2 games since. You lost both of those in ugly fashion. He is not exactly glorifying himself here. And, at some point, the manager needs to be the manager. You don't have the clubhouse leader that you had a year ago. And you did have that weird answer at the end of our interview yesterday about, I'm not buying any suits. And then he really never answered how the leadership void was going to be filled. Yeah. So I don't know who you turn to or you point to find that leadership, Ted, that they're looking for.
It's crazy. The reason I wanted Alex Bregman back is I felt like it just kind of calms everyone down to have him on the team. I know that sounds weird, but it's kind of like, Is Trevor's story, even though he's one of the older guys on the team, does he? That doesn't strike me as his personality. Jaron Durant, who's one of the older guys, Wilson Contreras, who just came on. That's not, he's not playing well, but that doesn't seem to be his style. But Alex just kind of got guys there early. He scouted. He's giving guys pointers on how to approach certain pitchers, and then helping pitchers out too. Like, it just kind of, he was the glue, I think, to this team last year, when they got in trouble early on, and now they don't have that glue guy. And his presence to me is just, you just feel it when he's out there. And I think everyone kind of feeds off of that and relaxes. And now, the guys that are supposed to be the leaders, they're struggling with their jobs. And so the last thing they want to do is feel like they can help, the younger guys that are struggling. So I just think that was a big, big mistake to not bring, Alex back for that leadership, because this team still profiles as a very young team, and they don't have that anymore, you guys. And I just feel that that's a big part of why they are struggling like they are.
I will point out, though, Andy, insignificant as this may be to some in Red Sox Nation, because we need to be laser focused on the 26 men that are struggling significantly right now on the Red Sox roster, but it's not helping every time I flip open my socials and I see someone else aggregating a 450-foot home run from Tibbs, the kid that they traded, haphazardly last year at the deadline for Dustin May, who currently right now might be bagging groceries at a market basket, while this kid is now the number one prospect in the Dodgers farm system. That's helping too.
Oh, yeah, there's no question that desperation Breslow move looks worse and worse by the day, by the at-bat, by the home run. And you roll that into the offseason and this roster that he put together. Durbin gets a day off, right? Reset, day off, and you still don't have a hit. You're not, producing the way you're hoping to produce. It's infuriating right now to watch this baseball team. And Fitzy, the other thing they're not very entertaining.
No.
They're awful. And you're losing that early season buzz that A, comes naturally with a new season starting. B, comes when you win on opening day. Crochet and Chapman, you look like you're supposed to look, and then you just allow that to kind of peter out over the next few days. So, yeah, we're going to have a lot of time tomorrow, full show tomorrow, 2 to 6, to sort of break down all these issues. And Ted, you touched on it, the Narvaez thing for non-baseball reasons. Maybe we'll have a little bit more information on that, because Alex told us yesterday specifically he wanted Narvaez to catch Crochet today. I also wonder, does that affect your pitcher? He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, sure. Maybe he's supposed to be better than that, but he had a guy he was expecting to throw to, and then the last minute he finds out he's not going to be throwing to that guy. It's not ideal, certainly, and it just feels like this team, when things go wrong, everything goes wrong all at once. But they get the off day tomorrow, then they'll have opening day at Fenway against, as you said, Ted, the Padres that are scuffling in their own right. We do need to squeeze in a couple other little nuggets here. Ted, A.J. Brown, this situation, there was an expose on ESPN about all that ails the Eagles. I believe there were 12 sources that spoke, and I wanted to ask you first about that. That has to be a bad sign when 12 inside team sources are willing to speak about what the hell's going on with the team, right?
Dude, this is, you talk about, this is what kind of fascinates me, what's going on with the Eagles, because Jeffrey Lurie out at the NFL owners meeting this past week was asked about, what's going on behind the scenes, and is there turmoil? No, everything's great. Devontae's, AJ's great. And it's just like, when people are forced to go on the record with mics and cameras, they say all the right things. But this Jeremy Fowler article that came out today, you talk about, wow. Jalen Hurts, that's not only there's people have issues with the body language. He changes the plays. They want to expand the playbook, and he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be they're one of the lowest uses teams that use play action in their scheme primarily because he's in shotgun all the time. He doesn't want to get under center. It's like Jalen Hurts, who's, let's face it, like just skill-wise is okay. He's not that gifted. he's got all this power to kind of tell the coaches what he wants to do. He's changing plays. He's dictating, philosophies. His body language doesn't really kind of jibe with what today's NFL quarterback needs to be. So it's so bad over there. And I haven't heard not one person that covers the NFL and covers the Eagles say that A.J. Brown is not getting traded. Everyone is saying it's a foregone conclusion. So I've been the one that's like, I'm not, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not really that, I just don't see them giving up a lot. So but if it's this bad in Philly, I just can't imagine A.J. Brown going back to what this sounds like it is right there. And so I'm more and more optimistic about A.J. Brown coming here based on today's article from Jeremy Fowler.
Oh, can I get a Ted Johnson percentage? We had Curran at 50%, over 50%.
Yeah.
Giardi was 65%, I believe. Where's Ted Johnson on the percentage AJ comes to New England?
If I went from like no chance to can I go up? I mean, I think 40%, 35%. I mean, so you got me.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
But do you guys agree with me that the longer they wait? I mean, even after June 1st. So after the draft and after the draft comes and both teams draft their players, don't you think the price has to come down? Like, you're not going to trade for A.J. Brown for like a first and a second after June 1st if there's not a lot of teams that are trying to get A.J. Brown services as well. Like, if you're the only one, if you're bidding against yourself, I think you can wait it out. But I've only heard of, at this point, the most realistic teams that would want to bring him in are the Rams and the Patriots. So, and then you hear the Rams aren't really, they're pulling out. So if it's only the Patriots, you should only get A.J. Brown for a third round. And if that's the case, oh, baby, let's go.
Yeah, Andy, there were, I think it was, as last reported, possibly up to 4 teams, the Chiefs being one of them. They desperate for some sort of playmaker to pair up with Mahomes, who's coming off the torn up knee from the end of last season as well. The Rams probably not as much interested now at this point since they can't divest themselves of Devontae Adams. You had, I stopped at 3 and I retweeted 2 of them, I believe. People that left the owners' meetings covering Ted, different teams. And they all tweeted the same thing, like it was handed out to them as a mandate or part of like the sort of like the notes that we get from the Patriots and other sports teams in town. They all tweeted something akin to, I don't know much else about what's going to happen this season. The one thing I'm most sure of after the owners' meetings is A.J. Brown is going to be traded to the Patriots. Titans beat reporters, general NFL guys. This is like the worst kept secret in the NFL right now. I'm going to go way over Ted's 35-40%. I'm going to put it at 75% right now. Like, this is fait accompli at this point now to me, Andy. Like, I'd be not just disappointed, shocked if it didn't happen.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say, though, and I said this a couple weeks ago in a 3-point stance, and I feel the same way, it feels like it's just the Patriots, so don't over-leverage that. Because, Ted, I think what could happen is if you keep trying to drive the price down and you're the Patriots, oh, we'll give you a 3. Actually, you know what? I'll give you a 4. I won't give you a 3. At some point, I feel like some other team is going to swoop in and be like, wow, the value's just too good for me to pass up. I wasn't really interested in A.J. Brown, but if he's going to go for a day 3 pick, I'll trade for A.J. Brown. So I stand by. I think Howie Roseman over-leveraged his hand at one point. Patriots can't over-leverage theirs and try to drive that price down. Lastly, here on the drive, we do need to acknowledge maybe the best team in town right now, the Boston Bruins. Wasn't sure I was going to say that. We thought they might stink to start the year. They might be tanking to get a draft pick. They are suddenly just getting win after impressive win, the Buffalo win, the Columbus win, and now you host Dallas, the Stars. You win 6-3. Do we need to start talking like we said the other? Are they a problem, quote unquote, for other teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Fitzy?
They're going to be if they play like this out of the blue, Andy. Like the game last night was at home. They continue to be, by the way, great moment in case anyone didn't see it. The kid with the Drake, I love Drake May t-shirt, Drake in the house. Like, just vibes like that were like, oh, 0 chance the team loses tonight. Not that has anything to do with the quality of the play on the ice, but like, who had the hat trick last night? Arvidsson? Yeah. If you're gonna play like that at home and continue, minus the hiccup against the Maple Leafs a week and a half ago, if you're going to continue to dominate like that at home, look, if you in a 7-game series you get 3 at home, I'd expect you to pick up all 3. That means you got to win 1 out of 4 on the road. Like they're playing. I dare say, Andy, of our 4 in town, you can eat. Obviously, the Pats aren't playing, and it's pretty easy to just cast the Red Sox to the side. Bruins might be playing the best of all the 4 professional major teams in town, PWHL and the Revs, the Fleet and Revs withstanding.
Yeah.
Like, they are on fire right now. Watch out, Ted. If Swayman stands on his head anytime soon, they're going to be a problem for someone in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
They're probably playing their best hockey when you consider the fact that they struggled on the road and then the quality teams are playing. They beat Buffalo in overtime. Buffalo playoff team, first place. Minnesota, playoff team. They beat them. Columbus, they're competing with Columbus to be wild card. So Columbus is the second wild card, I believe, right now. Dallas, playoff team. So they've beaten 4 playoff teams, 2 of them on the road, one of them in a overtime, and I guess one in a shootout with Columbus. So and right now, guys, don't look, but Charlie McAvoy he's maybe playing the best hockey of his career right now. He's got a career best in points already this season. Which is great news. So, I mean, you got Charlie playing out of his mind. You got Swayman playing at the highest level. And you're seeing other guys other than Pasternak put the puck in the net. So it all bodes well for the Bruins. I mean, can they keep it going? I mean, they got a brutal schedule. They got the next 4 games, 5 out of the next 6 games are on the road against, Florida, Tampa, Carolina, Tampa again, Columbus. So it's got brutal season or schedule to end the season, but right now they're getting it done, boys.
I love it. The opposite of fool's gold, right? Test your mettle, prove your mettle before you hit the Stanley Cup playoffs. And, maybe we're losing a little faith in the Red Sox and we're just picking up faith in the Boston Bruins. All right, that's going to do it for the drive today. Up next, we have our weekly chat with Chris Mannix from Sports Illustrated. Weave in a little Celtics talk because we had that whole situation the other day. Why was JB so bad? JT was off. Well, they're both back tonight in Miami. So our interview with Chris Mannix next here on WEEI. But first, Dan Ball has what's trending.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
The Red Sox saw their losing streak reach 5 games this afternoon. They fell to the Astros in Houston by a score of 6-4. Garrett Crochet went the first 5 innings. He gave up 6 hits and 5 runs, 4 of which were earned with no walks and 7 strikeouts. RBIs in the game for the Sox from Jarren Duran, Wilson Contreras, Wilyer Abreu, and Roman Anthony. Boston's road trip comes to a rather merciful end. They start a 6-game homestand on Friday afternoon against the San Diego Padres. First pitch of Game 1 is at 2:10 p.m., and Sonny Gray will toe the rubber for the Red Sox. And you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 WEEI FM, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. Mass Mutual pregame show will come your way on Friday beginning at 1:10 p.m. The Bruins doubled up the Dallas Stars last night at TD Garden 6-3. Victor Arvidsson recorded a hat trick in the win, and Jonas Korpisalo made 13 saves on 16 shots. The Bees visit the Florida Panthers tomorrow night. The Celtics look to get back in the win column tonight when they visit the Miami Heat. Tip-off is at 7:30. Nikola Vucevic is the only name on the injury report for tonight's game for the Seas as he remains out. Meanwhile, Norman Powell is out tonight for the Heat as he deals with an upper respiratory illness. And in NBA League news, former Celtics head coach Doc Rivers is set to be inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in the class of 2026. 6-time NBA All-Star Amari Stoudemire, as well as former WNBA MVPs and champions Candace Parker and Elena Deladon will also be inducted. The formal enshrinement ceremonies for the Hall of Fame are scheduled for August in Springfield, Massachusetts. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
therapist.
Back here on WEEI Afternoons, Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy, Stevens, Ted Johnson, and right to the guest line for our weekly chat with Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix. Chris is joining us as the Celtics get ready to play in Miami tonight. How we doing, Chris?
I'm good, guys. How you doing?
We're good. Well, unless you care about the Red Sox and baseball, then you're not doing great. But we're not going to talk about that.
Well, I am all in. My week in Boston is good because of the Boston College Eagles hiring Luke Murray, which is the best BC news I have heard in a generation.
So is he going to turn that program around? And are we underrating the fact that no one's talking about Bill Murray is now the father of the head coach at BC?
I think we should be talking about that. Bill Murray in Conti Forum more often. I'm down for that. And look, this is not to go too far off the rails here, but this is the most, I think, sensical hire that the Boston College basketball program has made this century. Like all of the hires they've made over the last 25 years, basically since I graduated, have made little to no sense. Hiring outsiders, hiring people that were kind of coming off a good year at a small school. This is a UConn assistant now competing for a national championship that coached at Quinnipiac, that knows the region. I watched the press conference yesterday. He's talking about recruiting at home. I love that. There's too much talent in Massachusetts that gets out. This guy, I mean, I was ready to run through a wall. I literally went on. I don't really live full-time in Boston anymore, but I am ready to buy my season tickets, even if they go unused for most of the year.
Wow. Yeah, and you had what a moment last Sunday was as well. Almost 20 million people watching that UConn game. Just, great momentum for basketball. Chris, I wanted to ask you first and foremost, do you think, he's we feel like he's all the way back, especially after scoring 26 on a Friday and then 32 in a huge win on the road against Charlotte, where Jason Tatum has said he loves to play. Do you think the minutes restriction has been lifted for Tatum, and should we just expect full Tatum the rest of the way when he plays?
I don't think it's been lifted entirely yet, but I think we're trending towards getting it lifted before the start of the playoffs. I mean, the way it was explained to me was there would be a gradual ascension in these minutes, assuming no setbacks. And there have been no setbacks. He would take a game off here or there, but they would go from between 25 and 30, 30, 35 till eventually you can – take the proverbial bracelets off and kind of let him go. But he's shown that physically he looks like he's all the way back. I mean, I wrote about this yesterday, but, the Player of the Week award goes largely unnoticed throughout the year. I mean, I get it in my inbox. I basically ignore it. I don't even tweet it. This was the most consequential Player of the Week award I can remember. For a guy coming off a major injury, 3 weeks or so, I guess, removed from a major injury, to be the NBA's Player of the Week, averaging 27, 9, and 6, or whatever that final number was, is truly remarkable. I mean, his recovery is going to be studied by doctors, by teams, by players for generations to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean, this guy being back and playing at this level, 10 months removed from a ruptured Achilles tendon, and playing like this is just an incredible, incredible story.
Yeah, wow, that's fascinating that it might be looked at in that way, and it probably should, because if the only thing that's been off is his shot, but physically he looks.
But that's just rust. I mean, that
right.
is just that's something that's going to come. I mean, like if you had told me 10 months ago that Tatum would be back doing the things he's doing and playing, I saw some of the numbers, playing at a high defensive level too. Like I thought that would be where he takes a big step back. I mean, you look at Klay Thompson, as a comparison, was once considered one of the better wing defenders in the NBA. He had his leg issues, the Achilles, the ACL. When he came back, he was not the defender that he was, not immediately and not even currently. And he's a little bit older, of course, than Tatum. But I was concerned that his defensive skills would show the most erosion. But they've been pretty damn good throughout the first 3 weeks of the season. And I fully believe, when he gets some more momentum, some more consistency with that shot, when the usage rate starts to go up a little bit more, you're going to see these numbers rise as well.
Well, let's go there. I was going to go a different direction, but since we're on the topic of just Jason Tatum coming back, you look at the East right now, and you look at the New York Knicks. They've lost 3 in a row. Golly, the Pistons are still winning games despite not having Cade Cunningham. But with Jason Tatum playing at this level and JB for the most part playing at nearly an MVP level all season long, is it without question? I mean, this is the gratuitous we ask you this question every week, but does it just feel like it is the Celtics, conference to lose? Does it feel like a pretty much a no-brainer that they should win the East?
It feels that way with the caveat that, like, what Detroit's doing right now is remarkable. I mean, they're still winning with Cade Cunningham out. I mean, Jalen Duren has gone from, an all-star to an all-NBA big man in his absence. So this has been remarkable. They've been able to fend off Boston over these last couple of weeks. That being said, if Cade Cunningham is not back, the Pistons are not beating the Celtics in a 7-game series. Full stop on that one. The Knicks, as you mentioned, they're regressing. Like that game, they played a Houston team that is dysfunctional right now, and they got smacked by 20. The Karl Anthony Towns stuff is a problem for the Knicks. It just doesn't seem like the vibes are right when you listen to some of the post-game stuff in New York. I'm in L.A. right now. I was at the Cavs-Lakers game last night. The Cavs got smacked by the Lakers, and they've got huge problems defending wings. Well, Boston is all wings, and I think they're going to be a hell matchup for the Cavs in the playoffs. I mean, yeah, I think it's easy to say, I guess, now, given the way things are shaping up, but you have to look at the Eastern Conference and say, who's the real threat? Like, who is the team that really scares you? I mean, yes, could the Knicks level up in the playoffs the way they did last year? Maybe. But right now, the way this Celtics team is playing, the way Tatum is progressing, the way Brown has kind of figured out kind of how to make it all work as the leader of this team, it's just hard to look at any other scenario than say Boston has the upper hand.
Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix here on WEEI Afternoons. Chris, I tend to be a worrywart, and I fall victim to recency bias. So Jaylen Brown, the Achilles listing, misses 2 games, and then goes out and has what on paper looks like a good game, but watching that basketball game, he did not play very well. A lot of turnovers and just looked out of sorts, low shooting percentage. Do I have anything to be worried about with Jaylen Brown, whether it's injury or the fact that Tatum was coming off his best game? Should I worry at all about Jaylen Brown?
I wouldn't worry about him, honestly. I mean, nothing what I've heard about the injury stuff is anything that's overly concerning. And like most teams at this stage where, look, the Celtics are not locked in yet in that number 3 seed, but they've got a comfortable lead at the moment. They've got one more game next Thursday against the Knicks in New York. That would be a consequential one. But most of the teams that I'm around these days, when you look at their stars, they're managing them at this point. They're trying to make sure that they're positioning them to be at full strength or close to full strength going into the playoffs. I mean, Brown's talked about this. Like, it's an adjustment for him figuring out kind of how to make it all work with Jason. I think he's done a fantastic job when he's been out there with him, kind of making sure that Jason is part of what this team's doing as much as he can be. So, no, I mean, I've watched a little bit of these games that Jalen's played. You notice the injury stuff as well, but I don't have any concern. I think he's going to be the same guy we've seen all season long when we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, Chris, earlier you mentioned something about how Tatum's defense has been so great. Apparently, he's held opponents to 35% field goal shooting in March, which was 12% below expected, which put him in the very top of NBA defenders that month. So this is something that's trending extremely well for the Celtics, in addition to basically averaging a double in rebounds every night as well, and the shot looks like it's coming back. I just want to ask you real quick if you had anything on Brad Stevens. I know there was some initial potential interest with the North Carolina thing. He immediately shot that down, and now there's that little swirling like, hey, the Mavericks might be interested in coming after him. Is that also going to be? Was any smoke there, or will that be suppressed?
Yeah, I was the one who reported that on Tuesday that Dallas had Brad Stevens on a list. But to be clear, it is a Dallas Maverick list. This is not a list that is – the interest, to my knowledge, has not been reciprocated at the highest level. At the highest level, I include Sam Presti in Oklahoma City and Brad Stevens in Boston. Look, we've done this this dance over and over again with college jobs. Brad Stevens is not leaving the president of basketball operations job for a job at a school. Like, look at the history of NBA coaches or executives that return to college. Nobody does it if they have a choice. Nobody wants to go back to college. Like, PJ Carlissimo could have gone back like a dozen times. He's in radio now because he likes the private planes and the first-class flights. Nobody's going back to college to get into that NIL mess and be a college coach, not when you have a job like Brad Stevens has. And I was actually talking to another executive about this the other day, and he was just raving about Brad Stevens and what his legacy is going to be 20 years down the line as an elite college coach, an elite NBA coach, and now proving to be an elite executive. I mean, this exec was telling me, he's like, Brad Stevens is going to go down as one of the titans of this industry. You think about how young he is, he's still got 15, 20 years maybe to go in this job. So I don't look, he's not going to Dallas. Like, he's just not. And he's not going to North Carolina to be the head coach down there. Now, could there be something years from now that strikes Brad Stevens as more appealing? Sure. I mean, I don't know him well enough to say otherwise. But these, wishful thinking by the new owner in Dallas is not going to make Brad Stevens feel like moving to Texas. And the North Carolina job being open is not going to make Brad long for the days of college basketball.
Fascinating to see that in your article. Another thing in your article yesterday in SI I found pretty interesting is just your kind of, I don't know, you point out that Luka Doncic maybe should be considered in the MVP, that you say the MVP race is really heating up. And obviously, defense is optional a little bit when it comes to Luka Doncic and also SGA. But you think that maybe Luka has a chance to kind of maybe win this thing late in the season here?
I think he's in the mix, and I was at the game, like I said, on last night, where he was just, again, dominant offensively. He's just effortless with how he can able to put up 40 on a given night and do it at a high percentage. He's also one of the best playmakers in the league. I think what's separating him right now from the top two guys is that of the collection of top-tier players, and I'm thinking five, including Jalen, by the way, in this mix, he's one of the worst defenders of that group. Victor Wembanyama's elite. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, high level. Jaylen Brown, high level. Luka just hasn't proven that he can be consistently solid on the defensive end. Now, he does ratchet it up in the playoffs, and he's been playing really good defense over the last month, but this is a season-long award. And to me, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been the most consistent, great player all season long. Victor Wembanyama, over the last 3.5 months, has been probably the best two-way player of the season. So I think Luka, for me anyway, as a voter, is starting to creep into the top 4, top 3 right now. I mean, there's a lot of good games to go. Like, he's playing in Oklahoma City on Thursday. Like, that's a game people are going to be watching. I'm going to the game in Denver on Saturday where it's Wembanyama against Jokic. That's a game everybody's going to be watching. So these individual matchups could influence the MVP award. But right now, I think he's outside the top 2, kind of looking in at MVP.
Chris, real quick before you let you go here. The other day, Joe Mazzulla was asked about Coach of the Year, called it stupid, said they shouldn't have it, said he didn't want to be asked about it again. Just wondering what your reaction was to those comments, and if you had heard from anyone around the league how they felt about the head coach of the Celtics saying that.
Well, nobody can tell where I can't tell where the bit ends and real Joe begins sometimes. Like, is he doing a bit here with this, or is he does he really mean all this stuff? Like, I think Joe would relish winning Coach of the Year. It's any coach ultimately would. I think he's also making the point that it's a staff job, but he wants guys on his staff, from the lead assistant there to Matt Reynolds behind the bench, to get the acknowledgement that they deserve for the job that they've done. And look, coaches around the league kind of get it with Joe. They're not offended by it by any stretch. And look, I think Joe Mazzulla is probably going to win the award. I think he's done the most remarkable coaching job all season long, and I look forward to covering whatever press conference he has to accept that award, because I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
All right, Chris, appreciate you joining us. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, man.
You got it, guys.
Good stuff, Chris. Thank you.
Chris Mannix, Sports Illustrated, NBC. Coming down the home stretch here of the season, him bopping around to big games, right, out in Denver to watch MVP candidates. So going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Up next here on WEEI Afternoons, I know it feels like we just started, but it's time for odds and ends, and we're about to get out the door. That's next here on WEEI.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and John.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's Cars with a K. Well, that was a fast one, boys, and we got a big show tomorrow breaking all of this down. Obviously, we have Celtics tonight in Miami. I want to touch on a couple things Chris Mannix said, that he was very confident with no concerns about Jaylen Brown, health-wise, role-wise, anything. So that was music to my ears there. And the excitement for BC basketball. We've talked about it, Ted, the NCAA tournament going on. Be nice to have a team in the actual greater Boston area that's making a run. His confidence level in the new head coach hire, Bill Murray's son, is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to have been a lot of the reason, UConn was so successful, was his presence and his coaching. So for him to say that's awesome. I mean, I would love if BC was relevant in either football or basketball. I would. I mean, it just would make it a little bit more fun if that school had a program that was kind of worth mentioning and talking about and covering. So and Chris is right, dude. I don't know if how much Jackson, if he played basketball, but my son Charlie, he played basketball for a couple of years here. You kind of a little bit of what's going on.
Yep.
There is really good talent in this area, and local teams not recruiting local areas is not good. You need to do that, especially when you have legit talent like there is in the New England area. So if he's going to be hitting the recruiting trails hard in this New England area, which I'm sure he is. That gets me excited. I'm not a BC basketball fan, but I'm a fan of just having a local college, a big local college that has a program that is worth mentioning, at least talking about.
I will say, Fitzy, we were excited when Bill O'Brien arrived at the Heights, and he also said it was important for him to recruit Massachusetts and New England football, and a couple years later it hasn't really panned out. But, I mean, you got A.J. DeBonta and Cooper Flagg, literally back-to-back years, maybe the best players in college basketball, right. Future NBA players. So the idea of seeing BC recruit local talent and succeed there would certainly be fun.
Yeah, that would be great. And I'm also just going to point out, while I know he has a part ownership in the Brockton Rocks Independent League team, and he's been there a few times, like Chris pointed out, the fact that you might be seeing Bill Murray on the regular at Conti Forum, he's an iconic celebrity superstar figure. Like, he brings with him a cachet and an intrigue and an aura that might just really make it a scene. Like, we have not had any of that kind of juice in any of the local college sports in a long, long time. I can't even remember back to, when was the last time we were all with Dana Barros? Like, maybe not that long ago, but it's been a long time since people were like, wow, BC is like actually a place on the college basketball landscape.
Yeah, Al Skinner was the last time they were even mildly competitive, for as far as my memory goes. But get ready for the Christian Arcand show. Christian Arcand, how we doing tonight? And are you going to bitch about the Red Sox for a full 4 hours?
What do you think, Andy? Of course I am. Jesus, what are you nuts? Not the full 4 hours, actually. It'll sound like 4 hours, but we will change the subject at one point because the Bruins are doing something right now that I don't think you can just hand wave away because I'm mad about the Red Sox. I do want to give them some time tonight, and Bridget's going to come in and join the show. So we'll talk Bruins with her later on, but the rest of the show is mostly going to be yelling and screaming about this ridiculous start. Also, though, we will break it up with some dongs. We will have the debut of the Dong Report tonight. Zach Coe is going to be running it for the first time. You never forget your first time with the dongs. Everybody knows that. So that's going to be happening at 9:25, and looking forward to the initial Dong Report of the season. We got a new intro and everything. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Can I challenge you to do a 45 segment on good things about the Red Sox? Could you come up with enough good things about the Red Sox, or is that an impossibility?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not really feeling that today, Andy. I mean, of all days to be saying good things about the Red Sox, I'm not sure how much juice that has. But yeah, I'll spend plenty of time on the Red Sox. Don't worry.
All right, stay tuned for the Christian Arcand show. Full 4 hours. I promise it will be thoroughly entertaining. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 to 6. We have a loaded program. We're going to talk Patriots with Tommy Curran and NFL meetings and this Coach's Day drinking event. I want to get a little more information about that at the NFL meetings. We'll talk to Andrew Razor Raycroft at 4:45, and we'll talk to Bradfo about the Red Sox on the day off at 5:30. Maybe we'll have more on this Narvaez situation, and we certainly will break down all the problems with your local baseball team. Good job, boys. It was a short one. It was a sprint, but we made it through. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 2 to 6. See ya.
See you guys next week.
All right, thank you.
evening. Welcome in. It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI, live in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. We are Boston Sports Original, and tonight we are here with you for 2 minutes. A little longer than that, I'm afraid. A full 4-hour show, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours of rage. That's what we're getting tonight. 4 hours of disappointment that I'm having a hard time really processing here. Honestly. This was a must-win game in the first week of the season. And they lost. That's bad. It's bad, folks. It's a bad scene. Bad scene out there in Houston. Bad scene in Cincinnati. And we'll see what the scene looks like on Friday when they come to Fenway. And we'll see how this all starts on Friday afternoon. I'll tell you what. If you were worried there wasn't going to be a lot of buzz going into opening day in Cincinnati, the buzz has certainly quieted down a bit since then. The only buzz really existing right now is kind of what I'm feeling. I think what we're all feeling, which is what the hell is going on with this team? Why aren't they ready? Why aren't they ready to play? Why are they out there getting overwhelmed by basic things that you do in a baseball game? Garrett Crochet, Ranger Suarez giving up all these home runs. This ground ball specialist. Crochet did not look sharp today. They got a lead in the first inning. He gave it right back. Gave up another home run. Astros just teeing off on these Red Sox pitchers. And how about Christian Vasquez with the cherry on the sundae today? With that solo shot. It was, they already had the winning run across the plate. But a little insurance off the bat of Christian Gonzalez, who I liked when he played here. I was a fan of Christian Gonzalez. And not just because he's an athlete named Christian, although I do tend, what did I say, Gonzalez? Christian Vasquez, excuse me. Christian Vasquez. I do root for athletes named Christian. But I did like the way he called the game. I thought he had a sneaky, in certain moments, could come up with a big hit. And I feel like that was something today. That home run from Christian Vasquez, who you forget is even still kicking around the league, right? I feel like that was some sort of moment. That was a moment in the season here, early on in the season. And while I will continue to say that it's early, it's not too early to be pretty skeptical about what this team looks like. It's not too early for that. If they were 500, right? If they were 3-3, then we'd not be thrilled about it, but we'd be probably more accepting of the fact that things are bound to get better, right? Things are bound to get better. They're a good team. They got this, they got that. Look at that. There's positives to point to. And there are a few, which we'll get to if I have time. All right? But we have to talk about several players here. The lack of run support that you got in the previous 2 games. The fact that you've seen a pitching regression already here, and it's just the first week. And that you're in the midst of a 5-game losing streak to start the year. Bottom of the AL East with a 1-5 record. If it wasn't for Wilyer Abreu, then I don't really know what you could be happy about at all. I don't know what there would even be, there's nothing to point to and really feel optimistic about right now. Roman Anthony had an okay day, but he, prior to that, was 1 for 17 with 10 strikeouts since opening day. Caleb Durbin, still hitless. Wilson Contreras had the RBI single today, but in his first 4 games, he's having a terrible time at the plate. Jarren Duran, 0 for 8 in his last 3 games. And between Bayo, Suarez, Gray, and Oviedo, and now to add Crochet to the list, he didn't have a good start today. And you got to allow for the fact that Crochet is going to get hit around a little bit. No one can be perfect every time. But that was sort of an early, very early example of a time where we needed the best Crochet could give you, and it wasn't quite that. And that's an unfortunate time for that to be happening, as we have not seen very much to celebrate here. Along with the offense and the pitching, I think this team mentally does not look ready to play. I think there have been several examples. The ABS system and some of the challenges. The Ceddanne Rafaela challenge was unbelievable. The timing of it, the first pitch of the at-bat, nobody on. You know that you do like you do run out if they don't all hit, right? You'll eventually run out of these. It's important to have them for important parts of the game. And even if it's an important part of the game early in the game, let's say the bases are loaded and they call you out on strike 3, but it was really ball 4, then yeah, of course you should challenge it right there. No question about it. But not when it's the first pitch of an at-bat and there's nobody on and it doesn't matter if it's a ball or a strike. I mean, what are you doing? And how is this organization, an organization that has prided itself so deeply on bringing in these hitting instructors and drive line and having all of these different analytical departments and different people looking at the team and trying to figure out the best way to optimize what they have there on the team, and no one ever thought to sit down with these guys and mention to them when and when not to challenge a pitch? I understand it's going to be, some getting used to, and it is the first week, but I think there should have been some pretty obvious, this is when you don't do it, okay? You don't do it when it doesn't matter. You don't do it when it's not going to be the difference between an out and a walk or continuing the at-bat or whatever. If it's just a random pitch in the at-bat, then leave it for a more important time. We may need those later. There was the whole time, even Roman Anthony. Roman Anthony's in there. He's doing it in the third inning. It's like, guys, come on. I don't think this team's ready. And I was yelling about this last night. But when a player on the opposing team strikes out and the at-bat is allowed to continue through an error of the umpire and no one notices? No one notices? And then Alex Cora after the game blows off the question? I mean, that was unbelievable. It's the beginning of the year. I understand you get, a couple months in and you start getting a little burned out and you lose track of the count. The season just started. And this team is not sharp. They're not sharp on the field. They're not sharp in the dugout. They're not sharp anywhere. And I don't know exactly what I was expecting. I'm not sure if I expected them to get off to like a 6-1 start, 5-1 start here in these first two series. That was, if you were really thinking that this revamped pitching staff was going to go out there and shove every start, then yeah, maybe this is a big disappointment to you. It's a disappointment to me because, number one, I saw this team and a lot of players on this team who now suddenly can't hit anymore go out to the WBC and rake, right? Rake. That's a disappointment, seeing that not carry over here into these first couple of weeks. The other part of this that's infuriating is the fact that you are all of us together are observing this team, a team that put a line in the sand, okay? And I know that there's, I saw Portnoy today, if this is, get rid of John Henry, sell the team, do this, do that. I'll say this. You're not spending top dollar on top guys, sure. But there was money to spend this offseason. There was money to spend. And and prospect capital to trade, okay? They made trades. They traded big-time prospects. They traded young MLB quadruple A pitchers who some of them pitched a lot of innings for the Red Sox last year. A lot of those guys got moved in the offseason. Those guys are valuable. Those guys have trade value. And almost all of the important ones anyway, ended up going to pitching. Pitching and an emphasis with position players on defense. The pitching and the defense so far has been awful. The defense, the base running, there's not really been anything to feel good about. And I think that the further we go into this season, and the more we see Alex Cora try and juggle the lineups and figure out who's going to work where and how it's all going to come together. And I think more importantly here in the starting lineup maybe than the rotation. The rotation's basically set. If Gray and Suarez keep going out and getting bombed, like that sucks, but I don't really know that you're going to be pulling those guys out of the rotation. You let him pitch out of it until at least is Wilyer Abreu. And Chapman, I'll give you Chapman too, but we only saw him the once. I mean, it's just, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because this team had a chance to, I think, really capture the imagination early on of the fan base. And people are still going to show up for the games. I don't doubt that. But if you were hoping for there to be early season buzz like I was, I mean, my God, that's how you kill it. That's how you kill it. You go out on the road to start the year and you just lay 5 eggs in a row. And then when you need your ace to go out there and shut, he gives you a substandard performance and you can't even do anything there. And then at the end of it, Christian Vasquez hits a home run right in your face, right in your stupid face. That's it's really the cherry on the sundae here. I'll open up the phone lines and we can commiserate at 617-779-7937 because I know people are bothered by this. Even the optimistic Red Sox fans, even the very optimistic ones. If any point this season this team goes on a 5-game losing streak, I'm going to be disappointed by it. If it's all we have to reflect on, if it's all we have to look at, aside from that one win opening day, then of course we're going to talk about it. Of course we're going to talk about it. We will spend time on it. However, this isn't going to be a show 4 hours of yelling about the Red Sox, okay? There are things to celebrate here, like your Boston Bruins. We will talk Bruins at 7 o'clock. Bridget Pru will join the show at 7:30. We can all celebrate that, right? Of course we can. It's also a reason to celebrate because tonight, for the first time in 2026, ladies and gentlemen, we will have dongs. We will have dongs. The Dong Report is back with a new...
Yes!
Yes, thank you, Mad Dog. With a new intro that I'm very excited for you all to hear. It involves, I'll just say this, it involves singing from people who work here. And if you need more of an advertisement than that, then I don't know what to tell you. That's all I'm going to say. People who work here sing in the intro, and that's all you need to know. I'm not even going to say who. So that's coming up at 9:25. Mark it down, set an alarm, do whatever you got to do. You do not want to miss the dongs. It's also Zach Coe's first time orchestrating the dongs. And so we're all going to try and be gentle with him because, it's tough. Everybody knows. It's a lot of work, right? Zach, are you ready for the dongs tonight, Zach?
I am ready. And Dan Ball told me that you never forget your first dong, so I'm greatly looking forward to it.
Indeed you do not. It's a beautiful way of putting it. So that's coming up here too. But for now, we've got to figure out what the deal is with this team. We've got to figure out what to make of what Craig Breslow has put out here. I am perfectly secure in what I was saying about this team before the season started, which is that I see the vision. I see the vision of Craig Breslow. I understand what he's trying to do. I didn't endorse it, but I said I see it and I get it. I also don't think that it came organically. I don't think that the plan going into the season, and I'm basing this off of his own words, Breslow's own words, Sam Kennedy's own words, both of them said that they were going to be trying all offseason to be acquiring more right-handed power bats. That's something they mentioned and then mentioned throughout the offseason, and then they got Wilson Contreras, and that was it. And that's not exactly what they were talking about. Bregman left, which I saw coming a mile away, and I thought that's okay. I can deal with Bregman leaving so long as they really do a good job of replacing him, and they didn't. Durbin so far looks like a deer in headlights. Contreras is not hitting the ball well yet. And I know. Well, wait till they get to Fenway. Okay. I'll wait till they get to Fenway. They play half the season outside of Fenway, And I just think that if you were looking for an offense that was going to eclipse what you saw from last year, which, by the way, was not a great offense, folks. It wasn't. That was not a great offense last year. I've had several people already today say, well, Arcand, they started the year kind of like this last year, and they were a playoff team. Right. They were a wild card team that played on the road, and they lost in the Bronx. All 3 games on the road. So I guess you can shoot for that again. I was hoping they'd shoot a little higher. And I was hoping they'd be more ready to start the year. That's one thing about this plan that I kind of liked. It's like, okay, well, if you really load up on pitching, then hopefully these guys will be ready. And I feel like pitchers get ready a little faster than the hitters, and that you're gonna have some of these guys out there with good starts. You might stifle some of these offenses, like the Reds offense, the mid-market NL Central team. You'll be able to do some work against them. Houston's not scary anymore. I know they had a ton of injuries last year, and that's really why they missed the playoffs, but they're not a frightening team. Lance McCullers doesn't scare me, even though he went out and shoved it right up your butt the other day. I was really hoping it'd be different this year. I really was. I think we all were. And it looks very, very similar. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We'll continue with our Red Sox kvetching here. First, here's Zach Cole. I'll get you caught up on what's trending.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Red Sox fell to the Astros 6-4 to extend their losing streak to 5. Garrett Crochet got the start for the Sox, allowing 5 runs, 4 of them earned on 6 hits, striking out 7 through 5 innings of work. Roman Anthony started the game on the bench after last night's golden sombrero, but he did factor in. He pinch hit for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa in the 9th inning, launching his first home run of the season. Sox will be off tomorrow before Friday's home opener against Xander Bogaerts and the Padres. Sonny Gray gets the start opposite Rhode Island native Michael King for San Diego. You can hear coverage of that one right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox radio network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Christian Arcand gets you started at 1:10 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. Then the Wills, Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, will have the call of the game. First pitch from Fenway at 2:10. Don't forget, Jones and Keefe will be live from Kaskenflagen on Lansdowne from 10 until pregame, getting you set for the home opener. Celtics are in Miami taking on the Heat tonight. Nikola Vucevic is the lone member on the Celtics injury report as he continues to recover from a fractured finger. Miami will be without Norm Powell due to an illness. Tip-off between the Celtics and Heat at 7:30. Bruins stayed scorching hot with a 6-3 win over the Dallas Stars at the Garden last night. Murat Husnudinov, Elias Lindholm, Henry Jokiharju, and a hat trick from Victor Arvidsson were the source of offense for the Bruins. Bees have now won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7, as they now lead Columbus by 6 points for the top wildcard spot. They do still trail Montreal by 2 points for 3rd place in the Atlantic Division. They'll be in Sunrise tomorrow night taking on the Panthers. My name is Zach Coe, and that's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Over. All right, bottles on me, long as someone drink it, never drop the ball. Y'all thinking, making sure that
I understand why Alex Cora says things like that. Why he says it's just 6 games, we can't overreact to these first 6 games. I get why he would say that. Alex Cora has 1 more year after this, right? He signed for 1 more year. Something to think about. Right? You don't want a guy going into a lame duck year if you want to keep him around. And this is another bad start for the Red Sox. Another bad start under Alex Cora. And it's a trend. It's become a trend with him going all the way back to 2019. I remember 2018, they got off to a great start. They were shot out of a cannon in 2018, and they didn't slow down until they were hoisting the trophy at the end of the year, which was a magical season, an amazing season. One of those seasons that a new Red Sox manager always seems to have. Have you noticed that? Every time there's a new Red Sox manager, boom, they win the World Series. A great season, and there it is. And then Cora in 2019, I remember this. And I know I shouldn't bring this up because he should be able to live it down by now, but he was like, we're not going to close the book and open a new book. We're just going to continue the book from last year. Everything's fine. We'll just keep going from last year, doing things the exact same way. And then that season crashed and burned. And then a year later, Mookie Betts was traded, and then this whole, Dombrowski got fired, and it was just this whole thing. The 2018 crest was very short-lived. And after that, it's been kind of just an organization looking for answers with occasional bright spots ever since. And last year was a bright spot. Last year definitely was a bright spot. It was. It was a bright spot last offseason. I thought last offseason's one of the best offseasons that the Red Sox have had in a very long time. Very long time. Certainly better than any one that Chaim Bloom ever had. God bless him. Because I don't think he was really given an opportunity to have a good offseason. I'd say it was better than even some of the Dombrowski offseasons. I'm not even kidding. I thought getting Crochet and then extending him, getting Chapman, and getting Bregman. Just those 3 alone, I'd put that up there with a lot of the good Dombrowski offseasons. I would. And I think that Breslow got a lot of credit for that. This offseason was a little trickier in the sense that there was money set aside for certain things. There was money set aside for Alex Bregman. And when he wouldn't take the no-trade clause, then they had to pivot, and that money ended up going to Ranger Suarez. But that wasn't the original plan. And I think that when you go back to the way the offseason started and what was fresh in everyone's mind, because what was fresh in my mind was not that they need to go out there and trade for a bunch of starting pitching. I wouldn't have been upset with them doing that, but that wasn't like what was first at the top of my list, or really anybody's. What everyone was bothered by at the end of that Yankee series and really all throughout the month of September was the offense. And it wasn't really a close debate. There wasn't a lot of people on the pitching side. On the pitching side, it's, well, look at all the injuries. There's so many people injured. They're down to Connolly Early and Kyle Harrison and all the, these young kids at the end of the year. And then a lot of them started getting hurt too. The pitching staff did need to be repaired, obviously. But it wasn't at the top of our list, and I don't even know if it was at the top of the Red Sox list. Because if you go back and you hear Breslow and you go back and you hear Kennedy, they talked about the offense and the ways in which they needed to address that and go about fixing it. And then didn't really do any of it. Wilson Contreras, I think, could probably hit at Fenway. I think Durbin's certainly better than 0 for whatever. But like with Devers last year, when he got off to that terrible start, you knew it's okay. He's Rafael Devers. We know what to expect from him. We have no idea really what to expect from Durbin. He was a rookie last year. This may be a lot closer to what he really is. Or at least closer to what he is in this market, where the spotlight's a little brighter and the people maybe care a little more than they do in Milwaukee. And the expectations are a little higher and everything. That's just, I don't know. I would have to see if Durbin doesn't snap out of this. But I see a guy get off to a start like this, a new player. That's immediately where my mind goes. And I start thinking of the old Edgar Renterias and the Julio Lugos and, guys like that in years past who they brought in and just they could not do it. infielders, whatever, at the plate, in the field, guys known for their offense, guys known for their defense sometimes. I know I went way back with those two names, but like that's sort of that's the vibe I'm getting from Durbin so far. It's the vibe I'm getting from him. Was kind of, and I know Lugo was on the team when they won a championship once, but like he was a little overwhelmed, you could tell. And Edgar Renteria definitely was. And every once in a while, they'll bring in a guy who has some promise. At the very least, you could say Lugo and Renteria already had the decent resume under their belts. Durbin finished, what, third in the NL Rookie of the Year last year? 11 home runs. It's Rookie of the Year. It's not like that's exactly some big prestigious thing. It's not like he won it. But I guess that's, that's something that this team felt was a good investment. It's a good investment. Alex Bregman wasn't really that great of an investment last year. Statistically. Statistically, he was fine. He wasn't worth $30 million, $40 million, whatever they paid him. Like, he was definitely not worth that, and he wasn't worth that this year. A lot of the value from Bregman came in the intangibles. In the fielding, which even that wasn't great, but like in the clubhouse, as a leader, as a mentor to some of these younger players. Roman Anthony looks a lot different when Alex Bregman's not around, doesn't he? And that's another one. Roman Anthony. Him primarily, but also I'll throw a little to Marcelo Meyer too. Although Meyer's sort of journey in the spring was a kind of a weird one when it came to Cora and the comments and was he even going to make the team and all that. So I think Meyer gets a little bit of a break, but for Roman Anthony in particular, when a lot of what the Red Sox were trying to do failed offensively, they made an offer to Pete Alonso. It was laughed off the phone. They got close to the end with Alex Bregman, ended up losing out on him. And their consolation prizes mostly were Contreras and Durbin. A couple of guys from the NL Central, which is not a particularly strong division. And so far, they've gotten off to lousy starts, the two of them. Even Contreras with that RBI single today. In their first 4 losses, the Red Sox scored, well, they only had 11 runs in the first 4 losses. 15 total, because there was 4 today. So, yeah, 15 runs through the first 6. What stands out about that and what makes that all the more difficult to stomach, in my opinion, is what we're just talking about here. The fact that that was at the top of the list. It was number 1. And instead of really going out and addressing it, you put all this pressure on Roman Anthony. Roman, you're going to have to go out there and make up the difference. You too, Marcelo. You guys, this is the way it's going to have to be. Wilson Contreras, you're good for about 20 home runs. That's about what we got from Bregman last year. But we're trying to be, better this year, and we're going to have to make up the difference on the margins, and we're going to have to do it with you guys who are already here. And I think that is just the ass-backwards way of building an offense. I really do. And I question Breslow's ability to build an offense. He's not an offensive-minded guy. He isn't. He's a pitcher. He's a pitching coach in Chicago. Or that's his forte. That's where he excels. And so you could maybe even give a bit of a break on the offense if the pitching was great and got off to a great start. But it looks like some of these calls he made on the pitching staff, early on anyway, are guys who either are not up for pitching here or are just not ready to go to start the year. Either way, it's upsetting, but one's obviously worse than the other. 617-779-7937. There's your phone number. Texters are all texting in. What about Carl Crawford, Arcand? You're right. It's another one. Carl Crawford, that was the same year as Adrian Gonzalez, who was good. Gonzalez actually played well. He was just a giant pain in the ass. That was the problem with Gonzalez. Yeah, I remember that. 2011, I think. It was the Bobby Valentine year, whenever it was. Crawford, Gonzalez, Coco Crisp, I think, still at the top of the lineup. Oh, man, that was a tough stretch, no question. Texter in the 802. This starts at the top, Arcand. They don't care if we win or not. Tickets still sell. Texter in the 617. Every time I try and call, it says the person you're calling is not accepting calls. Do we have a phone problem? I've noticed
Not
there's
that I've been told.
not a lot of the calls coming in. Maybe that's the reason. Keep trying. We'll work on that. 240. I do not know what that area code is. 240. Arcand. Sox are bad throughout the entire organization. It will not get better. A power void and a rag arm pitching staff and a manager who is checked out. I like Alex Cora. I like him as a manager. I like him as a guy. He seems like a good guy. He's definitely an easy figure to talk to in the times that I've gotten to interview him. He's engaging. He's friendly. I'm sure he goes, back to the clubhouse and calls us all, whatever, everything but a child of God. And we give him a hard time. But, all in all, I think he's a good manager, and I like him. But the way these seasons begin, and they seem to, no matter what's going on in that clubhouse, whether it's bad vibes like last year or great vibes like this year, that's what I kept hearing. That's what I kept hearing from Bradfo. Vibes are high, right? Everybody's happy. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and no one's ready to go. At some point, that has to stop, right? At some point, there has to be more emphasis on these early games in the year. And it just looks like more of the same. And I was hoping for better than that. I was hoping for more than the same, or more of the same. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. If there is a phone problem, we will try and address it. No question about that. I guess there is, huh? So what's the problem?
I don't know. I just reached out to Ken, so hopefully he'll be on it.
Well, that's just great. I'm glad they shut the phones off right before I went on the air. That's very useful. All right, listen. If you want to get in touch with the show, text in at that same number you call in, 617-779-7937. I thought it was oddly quiet, considering what a bleep show this season is so far. And also, I thought I was kind of spitting some hot fire there, too, for a little while, okay? I'm sure it came and went, but I thought for at least like a couple of minutes there, I had some good takes. Nothing. I'm like, come on, what's going on here? Now, I'm happy to know it's a technical problem and not just me mailing it in. So there you go. If you want to get in touch with the show, text the show. I'll try and get to more of your text messages while we try and figure out this phone problem. 617-779-7937 is the number. We'll be right back.
93.7 WEEI.
Back on our phone system, I believe. I suspect it is a foreign actor, maybe. Or maybe it's Sam Kennedy. It's John Henry. Any one of them could be, too. Just, what do you call those things? EMP? Like knock out the communications. Just fire one off right over the pike. Everyone all around here is all blacked out. However, we do have a workaround. Since I know a lot of you out there would like to chime in on this team. We'll see if this works. You can call 617-931-0937. And if you're wondering what number is that, Arcand, that is our contest line, which I believe is working. So if you would like to chime in on the Red Sox and, I don't know, maybe win a pair of Greg Hill's old boots. We got all this stuff. So we're moving studios, right? We're moving studios, and there's all this crap in the hallway. Like, all around. There's all these pictures and people digging stuff out of the old jock lounges and stuff. So, like, there's crap everywhere. And I think most of it's going is most of it even coming with us, or are we supposed to just be like picking stuff that we want, like Storage Wars? Is that what's going on here?
That's the impression I was under, yeah.
So I've already taken some stuff, so I guess
As have I.
If they want it back, I'll give it back. I that's what I thought it was. I thought it was a typical radio free-for-all. If you don't know, oftentimes, whenever there's any sort of free stuff at a radio station, we're all desperate people. And we just go right for it. Food, swag, T-shirts for company. We don't even know what they are. They're not even for our station. Like, well, there's free stuff up there for, like, Mix 1 we'll go up and get it. We'll do whatever. We'll do whatever we can. It's the way of the radio professional. But, yeah. That's the contest line, okay? So 617-931-0937. If you would like to chime in on the Red Sox. Hopefully that works. If not, I can continue reading some of your text messages because those are coming in just fine. Texter in the 912 says, Arcand, we're just going to have to watch the Bananas here this year. Red Sox aren't it. Let's not get carried away, okay? Like, let's not. If you're a child or you have children, then sure, watch the Bananas all you want. But I cannot. This is how I know I wouldn't enjoy going to a Savannah Bananas game. I can't stand the clips. I can't stand just the short clips. I watch the short clips. I see that one umpire just dancing his ass off. And listen, that guy's a fine dancer. But I can't watch 9 innings of that. Are you kidding me? I can't. Come on. I don't know if I could watch 2 innings of that. The guy pitching on the stilts would be funny for like one pitch. But I need more than that. I do. I'm sorry, Jackie Bradley Jr. and everybody else in the Bananas. I can't. It's not my bag. I've been saying this for a while. I got called the thief of joy. People, and I don't do this very often because I like to just sort of, people like what they like. I don't judge for it. But I really am not a fan of the Savannah Bananas, and I really don't like that show, Ted Lasso. And I have not received pushback on 2 takes that I've had more than those 2. What do you mean you don't like the Savannah Banana? What do you mean you don't like Ted Lasso? I mean, I think it's stupid. I think it's a dumb show. I know exactly when I thought that. I know exactly when I realized, like, I'm not going to like this show. I think it was the first episode. They're on the plane. There's that coach who looks like Louis C.K., you know what I'm talking about? And they're on the plane, and they're going to England to become the coach of the team or whatever. And Ted Lasso's sitting in front of the Louis C.K. guy, and he leans back over his chair and he goes, hey, if we fall asleep, let's try and find each other in our dreams, and then we'll play around in our dreams. And I was like, I am not going to like this show. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? This show is not going to be for me. And I was right. It ended. I watched after that, and then I realized it's not going to be for me. Same with the Savannah Bananas. Same also maybe with the Red Sox this year. The Red Sox right now are at that scene in Ted Lasso where he's leaning over the seat on the plane and talking to the Louis C.K. guy. That's like the point we're at with the Red Sox. It's going to have to get a lot better than Ted Lasso did. Let me just say that. Okay. Sorry. 802 up in Vermont. The midday show says, we got some Vermont on Vermont crime here. Adam Jones, of course, one of the most famous Vermont residents maybe ever. Midday says Cora's lineup changes suck. What's he supposed to do? I sort of agree with the texter more than I agree with Jones and Keefe on that one. In the sense of what are they supposed to do? I think that if you're one of the people who have been texting and calling and saying things like, Arcand, it's too early to freak out like this. It's way too early. You're freaking out too early. Let me just say, the Red Sox freaked out a little early too, didn't they? Durbin was not in the lineup yesterday. Roman Anthony was not in the lineup today. I know he came in eventually, but they sat him down. You don't do that early on in the season with the guy you consider to be your best player potentially, unless you're freaking out a little bit. And I think the Red Sox, as all of us are freaking out a little bit right now. I don't know if Alex Cora is freaking out the way that the rest of us are. Alex Cora, I think, is seasoned enough at this job to know that it's not all about the first week of the season. But he's also seasoned enough at this job to know that this was about as bad of a first week as you could have. Or first turn through the rotation, I guess. And that's not something that I think has gone past him. For the Red Sox to suddenly surge into a respectable spot in the standings, we're going to have to be looking at a long win streak of some kind, 5-game win streak to get back up over 500. Or you look at it gradually. Pick up a game here, you pick up a game there. You win 2 out of 3 in this series. You win 2 out of 3 in that series. It's a game here, a game there. Eventually, you're back up over 500 by the time we get to, May. I don't know. It took a while for this team last year to really go on, long win streaks. They'd have a 4 or 5-game win streak here or there early on in the season. But then they'd follow that up with a nice, long losing streak, too. So far, these Red Sox have proven that they can get that losing streak part down. But the win streaks, getting hot, the lineup sort of coming together a little bit. And it'll come eventually, I think. It did eventually last year. But I think part of the reason why they were so burned out at the end of the year was because the offense had dried up with Devers being gone and with Bregman being out of the lineup. Although, ironically, they did start winning a ton of games right after that. But that was also coinciding with Roman Anthony joining the lineup. And then he was out of the lineup after 70 games, and that offense went right in the toilet, starting at the end of August all through September, and those 3 road games that you played in the playoffs. Road games, okay? And I emphasize road games because the difference between road games in the playoffs and home games in the playoffs is 6 or 7 games at the beginning of the year, right? And now you're 1-5. So that's kind of out the window. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. It's a whole hour yelling about the Red Sox without the ability to call in and yell with me. I will let you know that the number here, as we pivot to a much more positive topic, by the way, the Boston Bruins. The number to call in, which we think works, is 617-931-0937. That's normally our contest line. That'll be our call-in line tonight if you would like to vent about the Red Sox. While we're talking about the Bruins, by the way, I understand this first hour you haven't been able to, so we'll let you on, let you vent, let you do what you got to do. Bridget Pru is going to join the show at 7:30. It's all coming up in the next hour right after this.
The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
WEEI.
WEEI. Arcand Show on WEEI.
A little bit after 7 o'clock here, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We're live in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. It's nice to have you with us here tonight. We are Boston Sports Original, and along with Boston, we're coming to you live all over New England. And if you're not in New England, don't forget, you can stream WEEI anytime you want to on the Odyssey app, as well as the iHeartRadio and the TuneIn apps. If you would like to call the show, we are having technical problems, but the contest line is working at 617-931-0937. Again, that's 617-931-0937 to call the show. You can still text the show at the normal number, which is 617-779-7937. It's a lot of numbers I just gave you. But that's the way it is tonight, okay? So we're doing our best here. We're doing our best. I spent the whole first hour yelling about the Red Sox. I will circle back to them, of course. But I didn't want to spend the whole show on them because your Boston Bruins are playing their asses off right now. And that was a great win last night against Dallas. They finished the month with a great record. You just heard it there from Judd. They were one of the elite teams this month. A real surge that has now propelled them to 94 points. Fourth in the Atlantic Division. And really, I think, establishing themselves as a playoff caliber team. They were a fringe playoff team for most of the year, which I think was a higher tier than I had them on. I didn't have the Bruins as a fringe playoff team this year. I didn't have them as anything this year. I thought maybe there was a chance that Swayman could carry them, but when he got off to a bad start, I kind of wrote the Bruins off. They had that big 6-game losing streak, and I thought these guys aren't ready for prime time. It's another bridge year, and we kind of expected that going into the season. They blew up their roster last year. Blew it up. And now here they are at 94 points, 6 up on Columbus, who were just a week ago right on their heels. Ottawa right on their heels. Ottawa now, who's lost, 4 in a row, 3 in a row? They've really cooled off. The Red Wings are just complete. I mean, you talk about the Red Wings' downfall. That was a team that looked like they had established themselves as playoff contenders, too. They're about to get eliminated, basically. Well, I guess maybe not. They're only 2 back from Columbus. But the Bruins have put distance between themselves, the next wild card team, the wild card wannabe teams like Ottawa and Detroit and Philadelphia. Capitals are kind of a wild card wannabe team here still. And now they have their sights on Montreal, who is red hot. And that goalie of theirs, is he good? That kid, he's probably going to be the Calder Cup winner this year. And he has been excellent. The only goalie really lately that's been better than Jeremy Swayman. Jeremy Swayman in the month of March, I'd say, was the second best goalie in the league. He's not. I don't think he's going to win the Vezina unless he really finishes strong here down the stretch. But even then, I think it's going to be impossible. Impossible to upset Sorokin. I don't even think he's in the conversation at this point. But that doesn't matter. I don't care if Jeremy Swayman's in the Vezina conversation. He shouldn't be. What I care about is, can he continue this high level of play through the rest of the regular season and into the playoffs? And I think that he can. I think he has that ability to. I think that you can, if you choose not to believe in him, you're right, obviously. And after seeing how he played right after signing that contract last year and the beginning of this year, I understand if you're not completely sold on Jeremy Swayman. I am. But I have stood my ground in the Jeremy Swayman camp. And I think you're starting to see those results really shine through here in the most important time of the year. And it's not just Jeremy Swayman. Pavel Zacha was one of the best players in hockey this month. He led the NHL in goals this month. up to 28 on the season. That's a career high. His first ever 60-point season. Had that incredible buzzer beater against Columbus. That was a huge, huge win. Victor Arvidsson, who just had a hat trick against Dallas, has 6 game winners this year. And is a part of that second line, which really has become the backbone of this team. It's not like Pasternak is still the best player, of course, right? David Pasternak and, Geeky and those guys. Those are still your points of light in the fog, in the storm. But who's been the most consistent line all year? It's the second line, and I think they're about as consistent as any line in the league has been this year. Honestly, considering who they are and what they've accomplished, how far over their projections they're all playing. Arvidsson's playing like a superstar right now. Elias Lindholm is playing like a superstar right now, which I had basically written him off too. What else does Elias Lindholm, what's he going to give you? And now here he is, just completely tearing it up. Lindholm has 5 of his 17 goals this season in the last 2 weeks. And he's just an example of several guys that are really heating up right now. Morgan Geekie in the surprise season he's had, obviously he's cooled off lately, but he has gotten more involved in the offense. Pasternak, I think is a 12-game point streak in March. 92 points for him, likely to crack 100. And I think that you have to give a lot of credit here to Marco Sturm, too. In his first year as the head coach, Sturm has really, in a lot of ways, anchored this on-the-fly rebuild that this team has put together and made it work. He's made it work. I don't always think he has the best reasoning for every single decision that he makes. We've questioned some of the things that he said and some of the rationale that he's had for various moves that he's made, but it hasn't really been all that lately. There hasn't really been much to nitpick. There just hasn't. They've had big comeback wins with him on that bench. I always give a little nod to the coach when you see a big comeback like that. I think that he's managed the injuries this season very well. Husnudinov filling in when Lindholm went down, and some of the other strings that he's managed to pull here, I think have mostly worked out pretty well. Dropping Geekie down to the third line and putting the 2 kids up on the top, I thought was a pretty smart move. I think that the D pairings have worked out pretty well. I think he's reaching these young players. One of them just scored the game winner last night. Yoki Haru. Exactly. I think it's exactly how I said it, Zach. Thanks. Yoki Haru. That's why I think hockey announcers are so, like, a level above all the other ones. Because the names are way harder to pronounce, and you have to, first of all, they don't stop to sub, okay? Basketball, they stop, they sound off a horn. This guy's coming in for this guy, you know who's on the field. Hockey, they're just jumping over the boards, you know? Okay, and here comes Yoki Haru, and you got to say these weird names really quickly because it's a fast game. Hockey announcers deserve more props than they get, is what I'm trying to say. It's a hard game to do play-by-play for. And we got some good ones in town here for sure. I lost my train of thought. Let me just say that the Bruins are absolutely a team to be reckoned with here. Marco Sturm, that's what I was talking about. Right, Marco Sturm. Marco Sturm, I think, has done a very, very good job here with this group. And the Bruins, kind of like the Red Sox, the Bruins have also had a weird first year with a new coach bump that has been very noticeable. You saw it with Cassidy. You saw it with, what's his name? The bald guy. What the hell's his name? Jesus. Oh, man.
Jim Montgomery.
Jim Montgomery. Thank you. Monty, yes. You saw it with Monty, that incredible regular season that he had to start the year. And then, of course, they got humiliated in the playoffs. And then another good year and another bad playoff exit. And then, boom, he's fired. And now here's Sturm, and Sturm's having a good first year. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I didn't think it was really a coincidence with Montgomery either. I thought for Montgomery it was more of a lot of things gelling with the team all at the same time. But that wasn't a rebuild. Marco Sturm was brought in to oversee a rebuild. And instead, he has this team humming at the end of the year, cruising into a playoff spot, and really up above the fray, as of right now anyway, up above the fray that is the bottom of the wild card. And I think in the East anyway, with that wild card, that can be, that's going to be pretty rabid here at the end of the year. But you've now separated yourself. You've separated yourself from that group. And considering the expectations for the Bruins going into the season, I think that is quite an accomplishment and one that a lot of different people should be proud of. Don Sweeney, I didn't think was going to be a hero this year, and I don't know if you really want to call him a hero, but I do think that even that kid, that Reichel kid they picked up at the deadline, pretty fast skater, has added that element to that third line. And I think that really, in general, the moves that got made, the strings that got pulled all throughout the organization this year have really worked out well. Now, that doesn't necessarily make you a good playoff team. What makes you a good playoff team is experience and guys who can step up in clutch moments. And I think you have that experience. You definitely have playoff experience. Guys on this team have playoff experience, no question. But when it comes to guys stepping up big in big-time playoff moments, you don't have a whole lot of that. You just don't. David Pastrnak, I love him. We all love him. He's had his moments in the playoffs, but he's not what you would call a major big-time playoff performer, a guy you can set your watch to. He's going to go out there and win you a series. The only guy really that you have on this team that you can say that about is Swayman. And I think that that's an important guy to have on that list. Because you get a goalie hot enough at the right time, then that can really erase a lot of other dysfunctions on your team. And I don't think the Bruins have a ton of them. I don't think they have a ton of dysfunctions. I think the Bruins are operating at a very high level right now. And that was a very nice win last night over a Dallas Stars team that was plucky and erased that 2-0 lead. But the Bruins held them off. The kids up at the top were excellent. Zaka, Middlestat, and Arvidsson are, really as steady as you could possibly want. And now all of a sudden, here's Lindholm down on the third line centering the new kid in Geeky, and he's on fire too. You got Jeannot out there fighting guys. He had a couple of big-time fights last week. A couple of big ones. Olivier and Kastelik, that was a heavyweight bout. Kastelik kind of got ragged off. Olivier's a tough boy. That is a big boy. He's a big boy. You don't want to fight him. It's weird seeing a guy with a really Frenchy name like that being so tough, Olivier. You do not want to fight Olivier. It's like, yeah, I do. I'll fight Olivier. Let's go. Then Olivier kicks your ass. That's a tough one. It's tough to go, who did that to you? Who gave you that black eye? Olivier. It's tough to face your friends after that one. Anyway, 617-779-7937. Hockey announcers are only second to horse race callers, Arcand from the 617. I do love a good horse race call. Actually, that's not true. The only part of a horse race that's really worth listening to is when they're coming down the stretch and the guy goes, and they're coming down the stretch. That's it. That's the only part that's really great. Even the winning call. And he wins. That's fine, but the crescendo of the horse race call is when they're coming down the stretch. That's when it peaks. And the rest of it's just kind of, yep, all right, that one's winning now, that one's winning now, that one's winning, that one's losing. And they're coming down the stretch. That's really the only part that's exciting. So I give the nod to the hockey announcer. 978, are Greg's boots being offered as a prize on the contest line? If you want to pry them out of my cold, dead hand, sure. They're nice boots. They're mine now. I have bigger feet than Greg, though. That's the problem. I got pretty big feet. You wouldn't know it from looking at me, but I got big feet. Sox need to go 542 on the road the rest of the season to salvage a winning road record. Listen, I'm not writing them off completely yet, but early returns not looking great. 508 Arcand, I'm 100% with you on Swayman. What they seem to be lately is a team that never is out of a game. Don't forget Pasta. He has been awesome and an assist machine. He has been. Pastrnak lately has been excellent. And I think that the players on this team are always going to be looking to him. They're always going to be looking to him and what he can do. 16 points in his last 10 games is what I think I heard last night. Something around those lines. It might not be exactly right, but 16 points in his last 10 games. Another one who is at this time of the season. You look at the wins and you look at where they're coming from and you look at who's producing and you look at David Pastrnak, 88, being just always there, always part of it. Guys like Geeky come and go. People sort of, fade in and fade out of offensive production this year. Pastrnak hasn't, and that entire second line hasn't either. And that's really, I think, a huge difference this year. I remember at the trade deadline, there was a loud contingent of Bruins fans saying, they've been a fun team, but let's be realistic here. Realistically, when's the last time they had a second line like this? Honestly, when's the last time that their second line stayed together, was intact almost the entire season and productive like this? It's been a while. Even in the Pastrnak Marchand day, they'd shuffle those guys around all the time. I feel like Middlestad, Zacha, and Arvidsson have been together the entire year, basically. That's, to me, I think, pretty amazing. You don't see that very often. And maybe that's more a product of Marco Sturm. But whatever it is, it's impressive. And one thing that you always heard every year, year in and year out, one thing Sweeney always had to address at the deadline, go out there and try and find, was what? Secondary scoring. All throughout the Bergeron years, secondary score. Well, who's going to be the secondary scoring? We know the perfection line, who they got after that. And they go out and they try and bring people in who could do that. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But this year, the secondary scoring was fine. It's been fine all year. Honestly, I don't remember the last time I could say that about this team from game 1 to 82. It's very, very rare. But they're making it happen this year. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. See, I'm not going to yell about the Red Sox all night, folks. I can be happy about things. I'm happy about the Bruins. I'm not going to be one of those people, whatever happens in the playoffs, I'll be happy. No. I want to see them win a round. If they get bounced in the first round, I'm not going to be doing backflips over that, just like I wasn't doing backflips for the Red Sox when they got knocked right out of the Bronx last year. I was happy that they made the playoffs, but I thought they could have done more. I would think the same about the Bruins this year. I have higher expectations for them. I had higher expectations for the Red Sox than just one round of the playoffs. But we'll continue with that. And, I'm not going to yell at them for getting eliminated in the first round when the playoffs haven't started yet. But I will say I'm not going to be one of those just happy to be here type of people with the Bruins. You've put in the work this year. Now go get it. 617-779-7937. Here's Zach.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Red Sox fell to the Astros 6-4, extending their losing streak to 5. Garrett Crochet got the start for the Sox. He allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned on 6 hits, striking out 7 through 5 innings of work. Roman Anthony started the game on the bench after last night's golden sombrero, but he pinch hit for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa in the 9th inning, launching his first home run of the season to cut the Astros' lead to 2, where it would stay. Sox are off tomorrow before Friday's home opener against the Padres. Sonny Gray getting the start opposite former Boston College Eagle Michael King for San Diego. You can hear coverage of that one right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Arcand gets you started at 1:10 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. Then Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks will have the call of the game. First pitch from Fenway at 2:10. Don't forget, Jones and Keefe will be live from Cask and Flagon on Lansdowne from 10 until pregame, getting you set for the home opener. Celtics are in Miami taking on the Heat tonight. Nikola Vucevic is the lone member on the Celtics injury report as he continues to recover from a fractured finger. Miami will be without Norman Powell due to an illness. Tip-off between the Celtics and Heat at 7:30. Bruins stayed hot with a 6-3 win over the Dallas Stars at the Garden last night. Murat Husnudinov, Elias Lindholm, Henry Jokiharju, and a hat trick from Victor Arvidsson were the source of offense for the Bruins. These have now won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7 as they now lead Columbus by 6 points for the top wild card spot, still trailing Montreal by 2 points for 3rd place in the Atlantic. They'll be in Sunrise tomorrow night taking on the Panthers. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy online at bostonprolotherapy.com. My name is Zach Cohen. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
That's Victor Arvidsson, the star of last night's game, stealing the show with his 5th career hat trick. Is that what I heard Judd say? 5th or 6th, something like that? A couple of empty net goals, so it wasn't really a hat trick. I heard Jones call it a fake hat trick, but whatever. 3 goals is 3 goals. And the fact that they had the opportunity to net 2 empty netters there at the end was great. Lindholm, that go-ahead goal with 13 seconds into the third on that power play was great. And, of course, the kid, Yokoharu. First goal since joining the team. And that stood as the eventual game winner. For more on that, let's welcome in our guest from the skate pod here on WEEI, the great Bridget Pru, who you saw last night on the broadcast in the pregame show on this, and there joins us here on the Christian Arcand show. Hello, Bridget. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Feeling good. I was upset for the first hour, yelling and screaming about the Red Sox, but then you start talking Bruins, and you just feel a little bit better about this team and this season and sort of everything else. How are you sort of reacting to the fact that going into the season anyway, I think we all sort of thought the same thing about this team, and it was not that they would have 94 points at this point in the year and be locked in basically to a playoff spot?
Yeah, 98.2% chance of making the playoffs right now. So the question has gone from, will they make the playoffs? About a month ago, we're asking, will they make the playoffs? Will they be able to finish out strong? To how far can they go in the playoffs? So that's going to be the new topic of conversation over the last few weeks here, as they're pretty much, like you said, locked into a playoff spot after they won their 6 of their last 7 games.
When's the last time, Bridget, that they had a second line like this second line, who's been together intact almost the entire year and has been so productive and really seems to be hitting their peak right now at the end of the season?
Well, a few seasons ago when they had the Czech line, that was a really good second line. I mean, Pastrnak was on that line right, because Bergeron was, 1C, so we were calling his line the first line, and then Krejci centering Pastrnak and Zacha on the second line. That was another awesome second line that the Bruins had. This one was much more surprising because we all knew that Krejci was a good player, Pasternak's a good player, and Zacha really complimented them well back a few years ago. But this one, we weren't sure because these are 3 guys that had never played with each other before. Arvidsson was brand new to the team. We kind of thought they were just taking a flyer on him. Now it's like, how much money is he going to get in free agency? Right. Are they going to let him get to free agency? Should they be trying to re-sign him? Because he's clearly had a huge impact on this team. And without him, it's crazy to say, but without him, I'm not sure you're in a playoff position right now, or you're at least not locked into one right now. And Casey Middlestad, who they got at the trade deadline last year, has been a very good complementary piece to both Arvidsson and Zacha. So it's been I know that preseason, my podcast, the Skate Pod, and other people, and I'm sure you guys included, on air, were saying, I don't know where they're going to get their secondary scoring from because the top line, they're very top heavy. Pastrnak, Elias Lindholm, and Geekie was kind of what they had. And then we were like, I just don't think they're going to get secondary scoring. And then lo and behold, that line just goes off this year and really has helped a lot.
What's more surprising, the fact that Lindholm and Geekie are now on the third line, or the fact that Mitten and Husnudinov, these 2 young kids now, are 2/3 of that top line with Pastrnak? Which of those things do you find sort of more surprising?
I think Mitten's emergence this season was very surprising. I think the least surprising part of it is Elias Lindholm dropping down the lineup because he last year didn't have the best season either. So, him dropping a little bit, I would have been surprised about Geekie if you told me that in November or December when he was on a hot streak. Him and Nathan McKinnon were the 2 leading goal scorers in the country. So, but I think Mitten has overachieved for a first full season in the NHL. He's done awesome. Toronto fires their GM, by the way, this week. So maybe it's something to do with the fact that they gave away Fraser Mitten. I mean, they've had a terrible season as well. But no, he's been great. And Husnudinov has been able to play pretty much every position they put him in. And I really like that kid's line. Right now they have balanced lines, too. So we're calling it the third line with Elias Lindholm and Morgan Geekie and Lucas Reichel. But that's really kind of second-line caliber. So it's a good lineup the way that they have it, and their fourth line has an identity of being tough and taking a lot of D-zone faceoffs. And I compare it to football, like getting the field position. So they'll go take a D zone draw, they get it up ice, they change off, let the better offensive guys get on. So they all have their roles, and right now they're running like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they certainly are, except maybe on special teams. I still think there's some problems there on both the penalty kill and on the power play, but we'll get to that in just a second. I want to know, Bridget, do you think that this team is built for the postseason?
I'm convinced over the past few weeks that this is a team that can make it out of the first round. So I wouldn't have told you that at the beginning of the season it was built for a postseason. But originally when they got Elias Lindholm and when they got Nikita Zadorov, it was with the kind of in mind of maybe having a face-off against the Florida Panthers in the playoffs. Like, you're getting guys that are trying to match a team like that has had a lot of playoff success. As of right now, this does not look like a one-and-done team. If you put them up against Carolina, I really like their chances against a team like Carolina if that's who they end up drawing, because they've got better goaltending, they've got more depth scoring, they've got bigger, stronger guys. Like, I don't think that this is a matchup that anybody wants in the first round, despite the Bruins being a wild card team.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I know that lately, in the last couple of years, Bridget, in the playoffs anyway, it was the Panthers that you didn't want to see. The Panthers just would get in the Bruins' heads and basically, completely take them out of their games and beat them in those series no matter what happened in the regular season. Before that, it was kind of a mix of teams like Carolina, teams like Tampa. They lost to the Islanders that one year. And I just sort of wonder, like, is there a boogeyman this year in the East somewhere that the Bruins need to really worry about? Like, do you look at the East that same kind of way as we have in the past, however many years, 5-10 years, where it always seemed like there was one team that was just a cut above what the Bruins were doing?
No, I don't think that there's that team this year. And the fact that Florida is bottom 5 in the league right now and they're not standing in your way is also
great?
A huge plus. Yes, I don't have to go to the Garden and watch, an upset, or I don't have to watch everybody be upset if they lose to the Florida Panthers in the first round again. So that's great. And I'm sure every team in the East is probably pretty happy about that. So it's not just the Bruins who have had to deal with them over the past few years. And they're a team that wore you down in like the battle of attrition, and then next round you didn't. Even if you were to make it past them, they normally injured a few of your guys. So, but they're not here this year. They are the Bruins' next opponent, right. But they've shut down a lot of guys already. So it's not the same kind of Florida Panthers team. And you actually, if you beat them, that actually helps your chances of getting Toronto's pick, which is a whole nother conversation. But no, I don't think there's that team in their way this year. And I think I actually compared them to the Florida Panthers a few years ago when they upset the Bruins in the first round, because they were the last team into the playoffs. They got in late. They were playing extremely desperately in the second half of the season. Well, that's how the Bruins are playing right now. They have a lot of momentum going into the playoffs. They've been beating good teams and finding different ways to win. And I think their mindset over the last month was they're already playing playoff hockey.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it seems like that's what they're doing, and that's the urgency that they're playing with. Certainly in net, I would say that's the urgency that Jeremy Swayman is playing with. I've defended his honor very loudly and aggressively here on these airwaves, Bridget. Do you think that Swayman, just the hot goalie in the playoffs, but in particular this hot goalie, Jeremy Swayman, how far can he take them?
I mean, he is. We knew he was one of the best goalies in the league. He's being paid to be one of the best goalies in the league. So last year was a down year, and this year he's back to kind of what you expected and what matches the pay grade for him. And he's had the second half of the season, he's had the most goal saved above expected of anybody in the league, which is, an advanced stat that basically means he's better than league average by quite a bit in terms of the saves that he's making that other goalies just wouldn't be able to make. So he's had a really great year. He's been huge. Korpisalo had a huge game last game too. So I think you have trust in both goalies. We're not going to have the Mark Swayman goalie rotation conversation or anything like that. You're going to get in the playoffs. You're going to ride Swayman, but they've both contributed in the regular season. And I think you have to feel like you have an advantage on a lot of these teams in the Eastern Conference in net.
Yeah, no question about it. Before we let you go here, Bridget, I had a couple of coaching-related questions. Number one, Marco Sturm was kind of brought in to be the fall guy, or maybe like the bridge guy here for however long this rebuild was going to take. I don't think we were looking at like a Toronto 11-year rebuild or anything, but I think people in the front office and ownership expected it to take longer than a half a season. And meanwhile, here's Marco Sturm with this team in the playoffs. What has really worked with him as the head coach? How has he been able to whip this team into shape so quickly?
Well, he's very direct. That's something that he said he was going to be from day one. And I don't think he's at any point in the season coddled players. I think he sat guys when they were down. He, elevated guys when they deserved it. He had a good reward and punishment system that I think people understood. He's also just very methodically addressed things throughout the season as the issues have come up. He's pushed the right buttons in terms of maneuvering the lines. The current lines that they've had for a few weeks now, they seem to be pretty set and solid. So eventually getting there and kind of learning his players, because obviously he's a brand new coach. You are kind of starting from square one. You're starting from scratch. So now that he knows everybody, he kind of has a good idea of where to put them, where they're doing best. He trusted Victor Arvidsson from day one. This is like his favorite guy. I'm convinced this is like his favorite player. And I don't know if other coaches would have because of the seasons he's had in the past. So he's just found a way. I think the players like him. I don't think he has an abrasive coaching style. We just saw Bruce Cassidy get fired again because maybe that's kind of a Bruce Cassidy thing, but I think he's kind of more of a player's coach, but he's also somebody who doesn't mess around. So he's been a perfect fit.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And that was going to be my last question, too. Cassidy out in Vegas, Tortorella in. It's not like you're bringing in some, soft kitten here after big, tough Bruce Cassidy. But here you are. I mean, Mitch Marner and Anderson and some of the guys that they brought in haven't really panned out. Is Cassidy taking the fall for that? It seems like you're implying it's more his style.
Well, he is somebody who, obviously he won a Stanley Cup with them, but that's early on. So he tends to have a lot of success early on where he goes and then slowly wears on the players until they kind of start rebelling a little bit against him. Yeah. That being said, John Tortorella is actually probably a step further than that. Yeah. John Tortorella is known to be the most fiery coach in the NHL. I mean, there's a lot famous video of him throwing sticks onto the ice and losing it and getting fined, talking to the media after games because he's swearing at people and the refs and he's as fiery as you can get. But I think that the point that they're making with the coaching change there is that they are in a playoff spot and they're making a desperate move to try and get things on track, and maybe he can get everybody to pay attention and get playing the way that they're supposed to, because this is a team that went all in. They spent a lot of money. They spent a lot of draft picks. So this is a team that added really good players that should theoretically be a good playoff team this year.
Bridget Pru, great stuff. You can check her out on the Skate Pod. You can see her on Nesson all the time, covering the Bruins and, of course, college hockey. Bridget, thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, Christian.
All right. That's Bridget Pru once again joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. 617-779-7937 is your – no, that is not your phone number. Sorry. Oh, that's going to take it's going to take a couple more hours, I think, to get used to. Your phone number actually is, just for tonight, special phone number, 617-931-0937. I got it. I had to look it back up on the phone. But 617-931-0937. That's the contest line. Our main phone line is down. You can text the show at our main phone line, 617-779-7937. But if you want to call the show, again, that number is 617-931-0937. And we'll do our best to get to you. When we come back, we have some Patriots updates, including what's going on at these owners' meetings, what's been said by Robert Kraft and by Mike Vrabel, and the latest on A.J. Brown. Don't go anywhere. That's next.
WEEI, New England Sports.
Vrabel, I mean, let me just put it this way. If he was on the train, he would have been canceled, especially going through Cambridge. I mean, they would have canceled him right off that train. Can't man spread like that on the tee.
He had Jeff Halfley in a body bag there.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it was just a total alpha stance. You know? The man spreading like that, hey, listen, you're in the Super Bowl. You didn't win it. Can't man spread that much, but you did get there. You got there in your first year. And you got there in that first year, and then the owner of the team got everyone together, and he said, we really overachieved last year. Like, we were not that good. Like, we did a lot better than anyone expected that we were going to do. That was pretty surprising last year, wasn't it? Right? Like, that wasn't what anyone thought was going to happen. And Mike Vrabel's like, yeah, thanks, Robert. Appreciate the support, but I think we're pretty good, and I think that we deserve to be there. And what the hell are you talking about, overachieved? Why would you say that? What do you mean overachieved? That's a weird way of putting it. That's what he said. Kraft said he thought the team overachieved. He said the primary objective would be for this team next year simply to make the playoffs. That's all we want. Last year, that was just freaky, right? I mean, no one expected that. Just making the playoffs this year. I mean, that's really what we are. And I thought that was such a weird way of discussing a team that just made it to the Super Bowl. Like, what are you talking about, Robert? We'll get into more about what Robert had to say and what Mike Vrabel had to say, including about one of the players on his team who spoke to the Lord and now wants everyone to know about it. So, yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit as well. I'm not going to get too deep into it, as, no one wants. You don't talk religion in the bar, you don't talk religion on the radio. But sometimes the conversation forces itself. And I think we're basically there with some of these guys. Anyway, according to Robert Kraft, the primary objective this offseason is just make the playoffs. Just make them 9 wins, 10 wins, whatever. Just sneak on in there, make the playoffs. You get bounced in the wild card round, big deal. That's what we're looking to do. As though he's expecting a pretty serious regression this year, right? Going from 14 wins down to just making the playoffs that's at least 5 wins, right? 4 or 5 wins. Fewer than this year. And, yeah, it's a tougher schedule. And, yeah, maybe you agree with Robert Kraft on a, statistical level. Like, yeah, okay, I mean, you add all those factors together, and sure, that could end up being the issue. But why is the owner of the team saying that? Why is the owner of the team saying that? And I started thinking about it. I started thinking, what's in it for him to frame it this way? To sort of downplay that Super Bowl appearance and make it seem like it was kind of a fluke. And then I was thinking more about it, and I was like, they've made some moves this offseason. They've brought in some guys. But this kind of sounds like the way you talk about a team that's rebuilding, right? We'd just be happy to make the playoffs. We'd just be happy to sneak in there, and win 9-10 games and just sneak into the playoffs. That's what you say about a team on year 2 of a rebuild. It's not what you say about the reigning Super Bowl champion. Like that, I'm very put off by that. Very put off by that. And I'm sure Kraft didn't mean it that way, but that's what he said. And that's how it came off. And Vrabel's response, I mean, if it's one or the other, Vrabel's response is, no, we expect to be back in the Super Bowl again next year. Those are our expectations. Thanks for the support, Robert, but that's not what I'm telling my guys. You can tell them, we just want to make the playoffs, and won't that be great? That's not how I'm running my locker room. So maybe we need to sit down and have a conversation about messaging. Because my message to my guys is not just be happy to be here and sneak into the postseason with 9 or 10 wins. My message to my guys, who all have their paychecks signed by you, by the way, is going to be we're going back to the champ, we're going back to the Super Bowl, and this year we're going to win it. That's my message. Vrabel emphasized that now this team has a taste of a deep playoff run. And that's what a lot of these younger players should now be coming to expect. And that's the way to talk about it. Does it put undue pressure on them? Oh, no, not undue pressure on professional athletes. Oh, no. Not having expectations and accountability. Oh, God, no. Let's lower the bar. Let's lower it right down to just making the playoffs. And, hey, you know what? If they win 9-10 games and don't make the playoffs, no big deal. Hey, still, it's still an improvement. These are the type of things you would have said if they had won 8 games last year. You say things like that. You say, well, they doubled their win total from the year before. What about to celebrate that? They didn't make the playoffs, but they won 8 games after winning 4 the year before. They've doubled their win total. Look at Mike Vrabel. And that would have been cause for, I think, plenty of celebration in and of itself. I would have celebrated if the team won 8 games last year. But when they go to the Super Bowl, you got to throw a party. You don't go to the owners' meetings and start talking about, well, come on. They weren't that good. We don't expect they'll be that good again. Like, let's be realistic here. Very, very odd behavior from the team owner. Very odd. Just an odd perspective. An odd perspective to be coming from. And unusual for him, too. Robert Kraft is about as big of a front runner as there is. When the team's good, he's right there on the front lines talking about how great they are. He loves talking about it. That's his favorite way to frame conversations about the team, is how good they are and how far ahead of schedule they are and this amazing turnaround that they've had and all of these things to celebrate. And instead he frames it as a fluky kind of thing that you shouldn't really be expecting to have repeat itself again this next year. Just don't get your hopes up too high, Patriots fans, is basically what Robert Kraft was saying. That's very, very weird. That's very weird behavior. We'll talk more about this later on in the show. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. When we come back, we got your 8 o'clock headlines covering the entire spectrum of the sports world here on this, what's the night? Tuesday night? Yeah, April Fool's Day. I do have an April Fool's Day take I want to get to as well. We'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour right after this.
The Christian Arcand Show.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI, live in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. We are Boston Sports Original, and if you missed any part of the show up until this point, you can always go back and listen to the Christian Arcand Show podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever it is that you get your podcast. If you missed our conversation with Bridget Pru, or me yelling and screaming about the Red Sox, or the latest weird comments from Robert Kraft and the response from Mike Vrabel, go back in there. You can click right on the chapters. They're all nicely labeled. And you can find out that way. All right. It is just after 8 o'clock, and what we always do at 8 o'clock around here is hit you with some headlines.
These are the headlines.
Are continuing to follow the developing story that is Tiger Woods. A court filing today revealing that he waived arraignment, pled not guilty, and demanded a jury trial in his DUI case. An arrest affidavit also shedding some light on Friday's accident. The Sheriff's Department says Tiger was lethargic and his eyes were bloodshot. 2 hydrocodone pills were found in Woods' pocket. ESPN senior writer Mark Schlabach joining us now. Mark, what else do you have? What else can you tell us about how this story is developing?
Yeah, Tiger just said in a statement that he's entering treatment. As for his privacy, I just received a statement from the PGA Tour as well in the last couple of minutes that said Tiger Woods is a legend of our sport whose impact extends far beyond his achievements on the course, but above all else, Tiger is a person, and our focus is on his health and well-being. Tiger continues to have our full support as he takes this important step.
Okay. If you missed it, Tiger Woods flipped his car over in his neighborhood down in Jupiter, Florida. The 4th that we know of anyway, like high-profile crash that he's had. There was that one in California where he basically drove off a cliff or an embankment or whatever it was and crushed his legs. He had another one in Jupiter where he was in like a ditch with the wheels spinning. And of course, the one where his wife chased him out of the house with a golf club. All pretty theatrical. I mean, let's be honest here. Like, this is a guy who should not be driving a car, should not be on the road. I know he's had a lot of back surgeries. I know he's on a lot of stuff. I know he always refuses to take the blood test, but he'll go right ahead, take that breathalyzer, no problem. There was a report out the other day that Tiger Woods, I think it was People Magazine reported, that Tiger Woods is going to keep driving. He chooses to drive because he's too paranoid. He doesn't want employees watching over him and knowing what he's doing. Which, to an extent, a guy as famous as him, I understand that. I do. But I also think, Tiger, you are 50 years old, my friend. You are 50 years old. And you can pay a driver to drive you around and keep their mouth shut about whatever's going on in the back seat of the car, whatever it is that he's concerned about, privacy-wise. People Magazine, source told them. He doesn't want employees to watch over him or know what he's doing, and he thinks he's fine to drive. Woods, who is worth $1.5 billion, was believed to be allegedly under the influence of some type of medication or drug at the time. Flipped the car over, had to crawl out of the passenger door. Another mugshot. I mean, it's just, you know, that picture of him in the passenger seat getting driven back from the police station. Like, aren't you tired of this? Wouldn't you think you'd be tired of this by now? Wouldn't you think that no matter what it is that he's doing and that he doesn't want any employees knowing about, that having one person maybe knowing about it who you pay a lot of money to keep their mouth shut, that would be better than continually, just every couple of years, another mugshot, another DUI, another crash, another horrible injury, another embarrassment for you and your family and your brand and all that and everything else? I like how he said, I'm going to step away from golf. He's not even playing golf. He's hitting the ball into a screen. You going to step away from that? Okay, I mean, yeah, get out of it. Step away from anything. that means you need to leave the house. Step away from anything that is going to compel you to get behind that wheel again, because I'm sorry, eventually he's going to kill somebody. He just is. You can't just keep letting him get back behind the wheel because he's Tiger freaking Woods. You can't. That's just, malpractice. It's legal malpractice. And I understand people supporting him. He's clearly got a allegedly has a substance abuse problem, which has led to almost half a dozen serious car crashes now. And at 50 years old, eventually you got to decide what kind of life you want to have. Being a billionaire is great, and I'm sure he enjoys all the fruits of that, and he doesn't want anybody knowing about it. But Tiger, we know a lot about you already, buddy. We know about all sorts of things. And this is 20-year-old information, by the way. 20 or 15-year-old information. But there's not a lot of secrets left here with Tiger Woods, I don't think. At least not anything that's going to shock the world. And also not anything that's really going to take his fortune away from him. The only thing that could do that is if he commits vehicular manslaughter. That's what's going to put you away. That's what's going to keep you. That's worse than some driver knowing that you like to bang a waitress in the back of your car. Like that, I can't square away how you could possibly still think that. And I'm one of these people that thinks anybody who's making over, more than what I make should have a driver drive them everywhere they go all the time. That's basically how I look at it. If I had Tiger Woods money, I would not touch a steering wheel for the rest of my life. And if I have to pay some driver a little extra every month not to tell anybody what I'm doing in the back seat, whatever that is with Tiger, and I'm sure it's freaky, whatever he's concerned about. I'm sure it's some freaky stuff he's doing. He's 50. He's all doped up. I'm sure he's getting into all sorts of weird stuff. But whatever, man. If it's between that and your life and the lives of those in your community, he could have driven right into somebody's house. And now he's stepping away. But stepping away, I know he's leaving the country too, right? Isn't he going to somewhere for the treatment?
Yeah, he's leaving the country for treatment because he's worried about his privacy in that regard as well.
Yeah, because no one knows who Tiger Woods is in any other country. The exposure to the public would cause major rifts in his care, they said, and even result in setbacks and an inability to fully engage in treatment. Yeah? There's not one single facility in the whole country? Yeah, hey, listen, it's Tiger Woods. He's a level of famous that I can't relate to, that no one can relate to. Sure. And I guess the judge signed off on the request. And he's going to be out of there. And listen, I know I'm being tough on Tiger here, obviously, but I do hope that, just like I hope for anybody, anybody who's going through troubles like this, I hope they can overcome it and that they can figure out a way to get past it. But you're a 50-year-old man with all the resources in the world for help, to help you get to where you need to go, to help you rehab, to fly to other countries and get the treatment that you need and all this other stuff. So I'm sorry if your privacy is so important to you that you feel like you got to drive while you're unable to do so without falling asleep and driving off a cliff or flipping your car or driving in a ditch or hitting a fire hydrant, whatever it is that he's doing. And eventually it's going to be something worse than that. Next headline. Our next headline involves the NFLPA and replacement refs, which I cannot believe is really a thing that's being discussed. It's unbelievable to me. I still remember very clearly that year where they had the one ref with the touchdown and the one ref saying incomplete, and they were standing right next to each other, and it was kind of funny. It looked like it was almost staged, but it was not. That was a real thing. That really happened. And now the NFL Player Association are demanding that the NFL and the NFL Referees Association figure it out, citing now trained professional officials on the field is required to ensure NFL player safety. And by the way, I think there's something to this. NFL has begun compiling a list of replacement officials, mostly from low college ranks. Going to start training them on May 1st. The existing CBA between the two sides expires at the end of next month. Owners also approved this week a sweeping shift in centralized officiating that would be implemented in the event of officiating work stoppages, basically encouraging scabs. In essence, the NFL would reallocate existing staff to its command center in New York, where they would monitor each game, alert the replacement refs to a wide variety of potential mistakes, and advise on administrative measures. That sounds great. That sounds really good. So you're going to basically force out all the current refs, bring in a bunch of new ones, and then hire a bunch of new people to go to Paramus or wherever it is that they go, New York City, wherever they are with that room with all the cameras, and have, 5 guys assigned to each game to try and watch over all these replacement refs who shouldn't be reffing in the first place? Smart. That's very smart. One thing you should do when there's a referee problem is bring in refs that are worse than the ones that everyone's pissed off at. That's very, very intelligent. The NFL is a very intelligent league sometimes, aren't they? This is so dumb. Oh, my God, is this dumb. But, this is how it works. This is what they always do. And at some point, they're all just going to get replaced by computers. I said this the other day with the ABS thing. The ABS thing is absolutely laying the foundation to completely eliminate the home plate umpire. Completely eliminate them. I think you're still going to probably need, at least for the time being, umpires at, the bases, maybe. You might be able to just get, the right camera angle, but sometimes you don't have the right camera angle, and you need the guy right there looking at it, okay? Sometimes you just need that. But eventually they'll figure out how to get the angles for every single thing, and they'll have a new camera that gets you every angle and can swing around, and they won't need those guys either. But right now, all I'm seeing with the ABS is that these umpires are getting in the way. That's kind of it. The umpires are there. They don't really need to be there. And every single pitch that they interact with every single pitch. And every single pitch that happens now is a chance for someone to say, hey, that's wrong, instead of just one call. Every pitch. And I think right now we're seeing the Wild West of it. Eventually teams are going to start treating it differently, and it's not going to be such a big deal. But I also think eventually there's not going to be the home plate umpires. Honestly, I do believe that. Unless there's some kind of drastic shift in the ownership and their attitudes towards it, and Manfred and everybody else, I think that's eventually where you're going to go. It seems like that's what they're laying the foundation for. As far as replacement refs in football, I'm fine with them widening the eye in the sky, but pay the best refs. Just pay them and stop being a-holes. And just, get this over with and stop teasing everybody with the potential for replacement refs. We're already not happy with the regular refs. You're going to bring in replacement refs? You think the viewing public's not going to maybe get on your case a little bit over that? You don't think the betting public is maybe going to have some things to say about a bunch of now, comparatively speaking, amateur referees getting boosted up to the professional leagues? You don't think that's going to maybe lead to potential issues there? Very naive of this league, and very stupid. Let's take a call here real quick. Paul is in Quincy with a thought on Tiger Woods. Hey, Paul.
Hi, sir. How are you? Good evening.
Hey, Paul. What's up?
Good. I just had a quick question. Maybe this has already been answered. I don't know if it's Massachusetts law as opposed to Florida law, but my simple question is, why is he even you already said you can't just keep letting him get behind the wheel because he's Tiger freaking Woods.
Right.
And I think in Massachusetts, every time, forget about even getting into an accident. If you're just pulled over for a DUI, I think it's after 6 times. I think it's 6. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, Paul, thanks for the call. Your phone's really making a lot of weird sounds, and it's getting in my. I know we haven't gotten a lot of calls tonight because the phones are down. And again, I appreciate you calling in, but I'm just going to pop you on hold here and answer the question. I don't know the DUI laws in Massachusetts, and I don't know what they are in Florida. I honestly don't, so I couldn't tell you. But I can tell you this, that rich people and Tiger Woods level rich people get to game that system in a lot of different ways. They get the best representation. They just are able to figure out ways to continue to drive if they want to. Or maybe Tiger did lose his license for a time, I'm not sure, and I don't know what the cutoff is for how many times something like that has to happen before you end up losing it for good or what. I honestly don't know the ins and outs of it. You have to ask somebody else. But I can tell you that for a guy like him with that much money, they can find a way. Usually when it comes to stuff like that, the guys who keep getting their license back and keep getting on the road and keep drinking and driving, it's usually people with money, usually. From the experience, what I've seen anyway. 617-931-0937, again, is the phone number. Let's get to our next headline. And that next headline involves a Los Angeles Laker, specifically Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic, who this past month of March scored 600 points. Now, that may not seem like much to you, but only 10 other players, he's one now of 10 players, only 9 other players have ever done that in a month before. Ever. In the history of the NBA and the ABA, too, before even the merger. It is very, very rare to see something like this. So rare, in fact, that the list doesn't have a lot of modern examples. The only other guy on the list who's played recently is James Harden. Most recent from that is Michael Jordan in 87. And after that, it is 60s and 70s. Chamberlain did it. Chamberlain once scored 984 points in a month. 984 points in a month. Luka Doncic just scored 600, and that was a big deal. Wilt scored 984 points in January of 1962. Elgin Baylor in December of 1861 scored 826 points. Walt Bellamy, who's on the list that I'm not familiar with as much, these names anyway, scored 678 in 1962. Jordan in 87 had 676. Rest of the list, the Big O, Oscar Robertson in 62, Kareem in 72, Jerry West in 65, Rick Barry in 65, James Harden in 2019, and now Luka Doncic in 2026. Doncic is the third Laker to achieve a 600-point month. Kobe never did it. Shaq never did it. Magic obviously never did it. He wasn't that kind of scorer. But that's something. And by the way, the Lakers over the course of that month, I think, went 15-2 in March. So keep an eye on them. I was talking last night about the Celtics, who, by the way, scored 53 points in the first quarter against the Miami Heat in Miami tonight. They're looking pretty good tonight, I would say, the Celtics are. They're up 59-35 with 9 minutes left to go in the first half. This could be an epic ass whooping, and I expected them to beat Miami tonight because Powell's not playing, and he's probably their best player, him and Bam. And without him, that team struggles to find their offense sometimes. So I expected the Celtics to win. I didn't think it would be a 30-point ass whooping like this, though. Anyway, next headline. And this one comes to us from the world of college basketball. But we have two college basketball stories and headlines here. This first one is, you may have noticed, if you were watching, Florida got really upset this year. The Florida Gators had a very disappointing title defense. And I think that, for me anyway, I wasn't taking the brackets all that seriously this year. I made a couple of bets here and there and all of that. But Iowa, with a tremendous three-pointer. I forget the kid's name who hit it. Fulgaris, I think. Is that right? Hit this great three at the end of the game, beat Florida. And you may have noticed on the Gators, there's a kid on the team who is 7'9". 7 feet, 9 inches tall. And he's a French name. Olivier Roux, I think? Oliver Roux?
I think it's Olivier Ryu.
Olivier Ryu. 7'9", tallest player in college basketball history. Has hit the transfer portal. It officially opens on April 7th, 2026. And hey, I'll tell you where to go there, the stretch. Come right down to Chestnut Hill, my friend. We're ready for you. We're gonna have to change some of the doorways. That's gonna be a thing. But we got room for you here on the Eagles, my friend. Come on down. You can play with Bill Murray's kid. And I think that would really be something special for the ACC. What about you? You into that? You into Olivier Ryu?
I think he would fit in really well on the north side of Chicago, playing for my Ramblers as well.
Yeah, probably. He'd fit in well probably anywhere, being 7'9" like he is. Did he have a good season? I don't even know. He didn't play much.
Yeah, he didn't play much.
Florida has some good bigs on that team, so I guess he wasn't in all that often. He will have 3 seasons of eligibility remaining in his next school, wherever he ends up going. But yeah, 7'9", can move a little bit too. Can shoot a little bit, can move a little bit. Hitting the transfer portal. Sorry, Florida. You don't get punked by Iowa with that kid sitting on the bench. Just doesn't work that way. And finally, our last headline. And this one comes to us from the mighty University of Connecticut Huskies, who I am all in on right now. And certainly all in on their lunatic head coach, Dan Hurley. You remember, after that incredible shot to beat Duke, referee came walking over to the sideline. Hurley met him, met his gaze, and then went right in for some people call it a headbutt. I don't know that I'd call it a headbutt. He led with the head and just continued on the path that he was on. It was like a headbutt is when you cock your head back and boom, and like smack somebody with it. He just kind of put his head down and went far, like Derrick Henry kind of, he just kind of put his head down and just ran right through the line and ended up sort of butting heads. I don't know if he head butted, but he did butt heads with the referee. A lot of people thought he should have gotten a technical for that. I kind of agree, but I also thought it was just such a great moment that you can't, throw that out there too. Hurley was asked about that whole situation, and he addressed it. Here's what he said.
Really, at that point in the game, we had it won, and he's such an easy guy to work with during the game that I thought he was coming over to chest bump me to celebrate the shot. Because it's not like that for me with him. Like my experience with him has been, we haven't won every game. I haven't agreed with every call, but so that was in no way was that like me and a ref that I had been at their throat the whole game. Like other points of the game where I had my arm around them, walking out of the timeout. We were cracking jokes and laughing. That was more like the emotion of the shot. And this is a cool ass ref.
Okay. This guy's crazy because he thought the ref was going to chest bump him. Like, real quick. If you're a Duke fan who thought that the Blue Devils got screwed over by the referees there, hearing all that should make you pretty upset. But if you're a Duke fan, I don't care if you're upset. That's too bad. Oh, no, you didn't win another championship. Oh, no, you're not in the final again. Oh, sorry, Duke. Sorry, guys. So here's a quick confession about what I did over the weekend. College football season was very good to me, okay? I had a very good college football season. And I was able, through my college football winnings, to get tickets for my wife to go see Lady Gaga for Christmas. And my wife decided she wanted to take me. So I went to go see Lady Gaga on Sunday. And before we went to the concert, which I'll tell you about in a second, we went out to eat in the North End. And then we went over to Dolce on Hanover Street. It's that little gelato place. And they got just a little cafe where you can sit down. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting next to these two people who are just minding their own business, eating their ice cream. And I look up, and the Bruins game is on one TV, and there's another TV behind the counter, and the Celtics game was on that TV. And I wanted to see what was happening at the end of the UConn game because I had some money on it. In fact, it was the last leg of a parlay that the previous four legs had hit. I didn't know they'd hit yet. So I open up my app. I look at it. I see the other four legs hit, and that the last thing that needs to hit is UConn on the money line. And they're down 2. And I flip my phone over. I open YouTube TV. I watch the end of the game. The guy hits the shot. My wife's getting the ice cream. I went to go scout the table, and I'm reserving the table. I'm sitting there. I scream. The entire place just stops and looks at me. These two poor people who were sitting next to me eating their gelato. They're like, the gelato like tipped over. I was like, yes! Screaming and yelling. I was all excited. And my wife comes over. She's like, you are embarrassing me. I was like, I'm sorry. UConn won. She goes, stop, just relax. And then all of a sudden, this other guy in line, he goes, UConn won? I was like, yeah, UConn won. And then we had this big moment in the gelato play. It was great. It was really nice. Except for the people sitting next to me. I think they both were not as, they didn't care about the UConn at all. They were just annoyed that I freaked them out. And then we went to go see Lady Gaga. Pretty good show. She was her 40th birthday. And she was moving, boy. She was moving. Very theatrical. And then played the piano at the end. And then the last song of the show, she took off all her makeup and put on like a hat and just came out and did her last song. And it was weird because the rest of the show, she had all this crazy stuff on. And then at the very end, it was just all taken off. So I don't know. I thought it was a good show. Lady Gaga, what a catalog. What a catalog she has. Anyway, there you go. There's your headlines here. 8 o'clock. 617-779-7937 is not the phone number. The phone number is 617-931-0937. Here's Zach. He'll get you caught up on what's trending, and we'll come back with our New England Nightly News.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Red Sox fell to the Astros 6-4 to extend their losing streak to 5. Garrett Crochet got the start for the Sox. He allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned on 6 hits while striking out 7 in 5 innings of work. Roman Anthony started the game on the bench after last night's golden sombrero. He did pinch hit for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa in the 9th inning, though, launching his first home run of the season. Sox are off tomorrow before Friday's home opener against the Padres. Sonny Gray gets the start opposite Michael King for the Padres. You can hear coverage of that one right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Christian Arcand gets you started at 1:10 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. Then the Wills, Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, will have the call of the game. First pitch from Fenway at 2:10. Don't forget, Jones and Keefe will be live from Cask and Flagon on Lansdowne from 10 in the morning until pregame, getting you set for the home opener. Celtics are in Miami taking on the Heat tonight, and you heard Arcand say it. They were powered by a 53-point first quarter and currently lead the Heat 68-51 just before halftime. Bruins stayed scorching hot with a 6-3 win over the Dallas Stars at the Garden last night. Murat Husnadinov, Elias Lindholm, Henry Jokiharju, and a hat trick from Victor Arvidsson were the source of the offense for the Bruins. Bees have won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7. They now lead Columbus by 6 points for the top wild card spot, still trailing Montreal by 2 points for third in the Atlantic. They'll be in Sunrise tomorrow taking on the Panthers. My name is Zach O, and that's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The Greg
Arcand Show, WEEI. Nice to have you with us tonight here live in our Brighton studios. We do have New England Nightly News to get to. First, let's take a call here at 617-931-0937. It's complicated tonight. We're having problems with the phone, but not the guest line. The contest line is open. I think we can only do like one or two at a time, but we'll do our best. Paul in the car wants to talk about Tiger Woods. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, yeah, sorry to keep you back on the topic, Arcand, but I don't think anybody's talked about the Charlie Woods aspect of it. He's graduating high school this year. He's going to enter his young college career in this as he navigates the golf world. Do you think this whole drama and DUI situation could affect the mental game and eventually just throw him off?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't know Charlie Woods was he's going to college to play golf at Florida State, right? Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere. You know, do I think it's going to throw him off mentally? Maybe. I mean, maybe it will, maybe it won't. How am I supposed to know? I don't know the kid. But I do think that's unfortunate. He's obviously, this kid has benefited a lot from his famous father. But his famous father's clearly in, crisis right now. There's no question about that. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to have any big impact or not. I would think that, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be something that helps him throughout this process. But we'll find out. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. I didn't realize that he was that old. I didn't realize Charlie Woods is going off to college. It's crazy to think about. Anyway, it is a little bit after 8:30. So let's get to our New England Nightly News.
New England Nightly News.
All right, our first story tonight comes to us from the North Shore up in Beverly, where if you saw over the weekend, a brazen home invasion has not yielded any suspects or anything. Whoever did it's still out there on the loose. Is this the one we don't have the sound for? Okay, we don't have sound. Oh, we do have sound for this one. All right, let's hear from NBC 10 about this crazy caper up there in Beverly.
The owner of an historic mansion in Beverly, Mass. is revealing new details about a break-in at his home. The owner, Thomas J. Swan III, told the Globe he thinks the suspect was someone familiar with the $20 million mansion. Police are still trying to track down the armed person who assaulted and tied up a caretaker inside before stealing several very valuable items, including a Porsche Saturday morning. The victim was taken to the hospital and has been released. Investigators did find the stolen vehicle.
Okay. So they found the car, but they do not know who did this. They just do not. They are looking for answers right now, searching for answers with this whole thing. A masked intruder wearing a face covering walked into this mansion, which is 27,000 square feet, by the way. 27,000 square feet at 5:30 in the morning. There was a housekeeper there, also like a family friend, I guess. The only person home was held at gunpoint, dragged by her hair down staircases, pistol whipped, tied up in a garage. The intruder stole very specific and valuable items. Most items were not disclosed, but he fled the scene. The suspect fled the scene in a 2024 Porsche Cayenne. Approximately 3 hours later at 8:50, the victim managed to free herself, ran to a neighbor's house, called 911. She was treated at Beverly Hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, has since been released. As of today, the suspect is still at large, and there's no description of the intruder. Police located and recovered the stolen Porsche about 8 miles away in Lynn shortly after the incident. Homeowner, as you heard there in the update from NBC 10 and the Boston Globe, security experts have suggested the robbery may have been an inside job. I would guess that it was. I don't think there was some guy who just randomly targeted a random mansion in the North Shore and said, I'm just going to go after that one. You got to know something. You got to know who's going to be there. You got to know where the valuables are. You got to know where the keys to the Porsche are. I mean, it seems like this was very obviously someone who knew something about this place. The Beverly Police Department is leading the investigation with the Mass State Police and the FBI. And what a stellar month they just had. Jesus. Not specifically the Beverly Police, but just cops in the state in general. It was a tough month of March, no question about that. Anyway, I hope whoever this is, they catch him. One guy, masked robber. Generally, you hear about groups of burglars, They go around, they break into houses in nice neighborhoods, they hit a bunch of houses, they know where to find all this stuff, but it's like a group of people. This is one guy, and they still haven't found him yet, and he ditched the car already? The fact that he ditched the car is interesting. Because that means, he just needed the car to get out of there, right? He needed a getaway vehicle. He wasn't trying to, like, take the car and go, chop it up or anything and sell it for parts. He needed it to get out of there. So I think that's interesting, too. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on this story. If any news breaks on it, we'll be the first to let you know about it here at the Christian Arcand Show Nightly News Desk. Let's get to our next headline. And that would be that a trial date for Steph Diggs has been set for May 4th. That was established during a pre-trial hearing today at Dedham District Court. This, of course, is stemming from the incident back in December involving his former private chef, who was alleging that Diggs strangled her and is also facing a charge of misdemeanor assault and battery. Diggs has pled not guilty to all charges. His attorney, Mitchell Schuster, said that Diggs is completely innocent and expects him to be fully exonerated once the evidence is reviewed. One thing about this whole thing, and I'm not using this to judge whether he is guilty or not guilty, but the fact that he is right now without a team, I mean, he's still a free agent right now. Steph Diggs is still out on the market. He is not signed with a team. And there's not a lot of wide receivers that put up 1,000-yard seasons last year that, A, hit the market, or B, are still on the market if they hit the market at all. There's a lot of guys with numbers that, if Steph Diggs had those numbers, it'd be the worst year of his career, and they got signed this year. And I wonder if that's because now at this point there's more concern maybe, or just more emphasis on the idea that this could be something that either makes him a toxic player to want to sign, or potentially he'll be doing some time and that'll keep him away from camp or whatever it is. I don't know. But I do find it interesting that no one signed him, that the Patriots let him go and no one picked him up, and even, on some kind of small deal. Now, maybe he knows he's going to be exonerated, and he doesn't want to start negotiating until after that's over so he can make the most money instead of taking a, whatever deal in the case that, some team wants to give him some money and then they realize, oh, well, we can't give you what we want to give you because we don't know what's going to happen with this court case. So maybe there's some reason for him to want to do it too. Right? Maybe there's reason for him to want to wait for this as well. But I do find it interesting that a guy at his age is still unsigned here. And I wonder if maybe after the Patriots, I mean, they were a pretty good test case, right? The Patriots came right out and said, we support Stephen Diggs and we, are behind him all the way. And they were much more forceful in their statement than they were in the statement for Christian Barmore, that's for sure. And the Barmore thing got tossed out. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. We'll see how the trial goes. All right, one last story for you. You probably saw this. I was telling you a little bit about my adventure with UConn over the weekend. I'll tell you who probably had a different reaction to that shot than I did, and that would be Elliot from Jordan's Furniture, because you may or may not know this. If you bought furniture at Jordan's, you could be getting it for free.
If you bought furniture from Jordan's earlier this year, you might be sitting pretty right about now. The store's promotion could mean thousands of people won't pay anything for their purchases. But it all depends on the UConn men's and women's basketball teams this weekend.
Your hopes are riding
I know.
On
There's so much
games.
Drama. It's a cliffhanger.
NBC 10's Mary Malkos live at Jordan's in Reading. Mary, fans, of course, dreaming that they will have a little bit of free furniture and a big comfy payday.
And JC, it is looking more and more like Jordan's will be on the hook for tens of millions of dollars, and it wouldn't be the first time.
It might take a big toll on the pocket because they're really about to be there.
Jordan's promised anyone who bought furniture between January 20th and March 1st would get it all for free if UConn men's and women's basketball make it to the national championships.
The guys just won last night or yesterday against Duke, which was great, buzzer beater, so it was awesome.
And with both teams punching their tickets to the Final Four this weekend, those what-ifs are getting louder.
Wish you bought furniture between January 20th and March 1st.
Right, don't we all? Just like when the Red Sox won the World Series, we're all kicking ourselves.
Jordan's has a history with these high-stakes promotions. Back in 2007, it paid more than $30 million in free furniture when the Red Sox won the World Series.
Usually the insurance company doesn't pay the whole thing.
UNH sports law expert Michael McCann says
okay, Michael McCann, I love you. You're my guy and everything, but I don't care about that. All I care about is the fact that there may be people out there getting free furniture, because I think the UConn women, they got South Carolina and Dawn Staley, right? That's her team. So that's obviously going to be tough, but they are such a wagon. And I think the UConn men, if they could beat Duke, they could beat Illinois. I don't know if they could beat Arizona or Michigan. Those two teams are very, very good. But if they can beat Duke, they can beat Illinois, I think. So I think both of those teams are going to the finals. Now, they just have to go to the finals. They don't have to win. They just have to appear in the finals. and it's looking like that's about to happen. I honestly, I didn't buy furniture in that time frame, but a Yukon parlay for the weekend is a smart one, I think. Right, Zach? You got a Yukon parlay going?
I don't yet, but I'm going to run one, and so should Elliot.
Elliot definitely should. $30 million parlay. Might as well make some of that back. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. There you go. There's your New England Nightly News. We'll get to your Red Sox phone calls. I see the phone lines populating here at 617-931-0937. We're doing the contest line tonight due to a technical difficulty on our main phone line. So if you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to your Red Sox phone calls right after this.
WEEI.
WEEI.
New England Sports.
run the base better, and overall this whole week wasn't great.
No, it was not, Alex Cora. No, it was not. Red Sox swept out of Houston. Heading home on Friday, licking their wounds, 5-game losing skid. Sonny Gray making his second start in the rotation after a tough first one. And the San Diego Padres in town, a team that not off to a particularly strong start themselves. They're 2-4 to start the year. I'm concerned about the Red Sox. I was freaking out in the first hour. I will leave the freakouts to you. If you were on hold, we just had our entire phone screener reset. But Zach is working very hard on it back there right now. And I promise we will get to your Red Sox calls. If you didn't know, something wrong with the phone, so you got to call the contest line, 617-931-0937, if you would like to chime in on the Red Sox. This is the last chance to do it, by the way, because once the 9 o'clock hour starts, folks, we got Arcand Fire at 9, Dongs at 9:25, and Clickbait at 9:45. That's right. 3 straight segments of grab ass, as they would say on the midday show. We're going to be doing some hardcore grab ass and grab dong. That's what's going to be going on here. It's the first dong report of the season. We're all very excited. I'm very excited for you to hear the new intro. As I said before, I don't want to over-promise anything, but I can tell you that employees of this station sing on the new intro. And if you need any more incentive to listen to it, I can't imagine what it would be. All right, let's go to the phones here, 617-931-0937. Lucas is in Boston. Go ahead, Lucas.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What?
Yeah, so with the Sox, my thing is, who do we blame, right? I mean, Red Sox outfield coming off the WBC, 10, 11 home runs, more than any of the other teams. I blame Alex Cora. The lineup just seems like it doesn't have what it's got. They said they weren't going to re-sign Bregman. He wanted too much. They were managing staff. It's gone on.
Lucas, we're losing you. I'm going to let you go. I'm also suddenly realizing that it is our end that has the beeping. Not poor Paul and Quincy. I hung up on them, but it was us with the beeping. So we're going to have to tolerate some beeping, I guess. I mean, listen, this is little technical problems here tonight. Who do I blame? I haven't quite gotten to splitting the blame pie up in a meaningful way yet, but I think Alex Cora certainly deserves a chunk of it. Yeah, absolutely. It's how many years in a row is this team going to come out of the gate sluggish and then have to play catch-up for the rest of April and May? Cycling in and out of being 500 and then finally hoping that something galvanizes the team and takes you to that next level, which last year it did. This year, though, same kind of start, same kind of thing. You really get used to it after a while. But I was hoping that they would be able to take last year's momentum and do something with it. They were active in the offseason, okay? It's not as though they sat on their hands and said, we'll be fine. Just run it all back and we'll be fine. They made moves. They did things. They shook things up. There was disruption. But looking at the front office, looking at the players, and they're just, aside from Willie Abreu, no one really acting like they're ready to play this year. The WBC was great, but this is the regular season, and all of that WBC momentum really hit the wall as well. Again, except for one guy, Willie Abreu. Let's go to Ryan in Boston. Hey, Ryan.
What's up, Arcand? How you doing? Hey, we've been having this conversation since you came back to 93.7. I've never understood the Cora thing. I don't understand why everybody around here navel gazes the guy. The media is afraid to ask him questions. Topical reference, he's essentially Doc Rivers in baseball. Walked into a championship that myself, my dog, your son George could have managed that team to all those wins and probably a title. Let's not, don't BS a BSer here. I'm promised a team that's going to be better on fielding. I've seen horrendous errors so far that every baseball player in Massachusetts should be able to make. No power bat, that's fine because you're going to blow guys away with pitching, but I haven't seen that yet either. And what do you need more than anything right now? A power bat. It's insanity. It's the same thing every year. 6 out of 7 years with this guy. Every year, under 500 before May. It's insane. And they extend him. I don't understand it. I just can't get my head around it. The guy drives me absolutely nuts.
All right, thank you, Ryan. You're frustrated with the manager. It's fine. I don't know that Alex Cora has necessarily guaranteed himself another tour here with this team. I think if this season gets off to a real bad start, he only has 1 year left. This is around the time, in this season. And going into the offseason is when you start drawing up the paperwork for another extension. You don't want him going into a lame duck year without anything in place. He signed a big extension a couple of years ago, and then that team crapped out at the end of the year again. But then he said after that, he goes, we're not going to struggle like this anymore. That's over with. And then that next year, they made the playoffs. And now this year, it's kind of I don't want to say a make-or-break year for Alex Cora, but it kind of is a make-or-break year for Alex Cora. If the Red Sox, and listen, the Red Sox cycle through managers like they cycle through presidents of baseball operation. Like they'll just, next one, okay, who's next? All right, fine. Bring in the next one. This isn't working anymore. Thanks for everything, Alex, but, we're moving on. I think with Alex Cora, there's also a bit more of maybe I don't want to say like a link to the front office, but I do think that there is too much smoke for there to not be any fire there. I think they like him a lot and wouldn't want to lose him in all capacities. But I also think that if he gets fired as the manager, he's going to want to go out and get a job as a manager somewhere else, unless they have a spot in the front office for him, and I don't know. I don't know that Craig Breslow is going to want to bring in a manager that he just fired, that he didn't even hire either, by the way. Breslow didn't hire Alex Cora. So I wonder about that. I wonder if that's maybe something we should be paying closer attention to.
I don't think it would be Breslow bringing in Cora. I think it would be Cora replacing Breslow.
Right. And that, I think, is kind of sketchy too, right? Breslow may not be exactly the guy for the job. And listen, Breslow really stuck his flag in the ground with this one. This offseason is Breslow. He had money to spend, and they gave him the green light to trade prospects. He had that. He had those things that Chaim Bloom really never had. They told Chaim Bloom, don't spend any money and don't trade any prospects. And he couldn't. He didn't do anything. All he ever did was trade for Kyle Schwarber. That was his one big move. Other than that, he couldn't really do anything. They're letting Breslow do things. And this offseason, through, I think, some errors of judgment, but also through his philosophy, he decided to take the car and turn it to the direction of pitching and defense. And that's it, at the expense of bullpen, at the expense of power bats and those other things that Caller was complaining about, which, by the way, I don't fix to Alex Cora. That's front office stuff. That's offseason stuff. And Breslow picked the lane. And he did. He spent money and he used the draft capital and he went out and he did what he did. But this is, if it doesn't work, 100% going to be a major reflection on Craig Breslow. And I think that Cora may fly under the radar a little bit, but I also think that with Cora's contract coming up and, extension talks presumably to be coming up here, this could absolutely be a situation that we have to pay closer attention to if things continue like this. All right, 617-931-0937 to call in, 779-7937 to text the show. When we come back, we will have sort of jumbled up 9 o'clock hour. Lead off with the Arcand fire. The Dong Report is back at 9:25. And, of course, clickbait to close out the show. Don't go anywhere. Final hour is next.
The Christian Arcand.
It's your final hour, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI, live in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. We are Boston Sports Original, and along with Boston, we're coming to you live all over New England. And if you're not in New England, don't forget you can stream WEEI anytime you want to on the Odyssey app, as well as the iHeartRadio and the TuneIn apps. And if you missed any part of the show today, you can always listen to the Christian Arcand Show podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever it is that you get your podcast. Now, I've been giving the number out, our new contest line number, but apparently now, Zach, what's going on in the contest line?
It's just dropping people every time I try to screen the call.
So you can only take like 2 people on the contest line at once, right?
Yeah, 2 at a time.
2 at a time. And people were finally calling in. I thought it was very quiet in the first hour. I was yelling about the Red Sox. It was some good Arcand yelling too. I was getting into it. And nothing. And I'm just sitting there going, wow, like, am I just, no one wants to react here. But then we realized that there's something wrong with the phone. Someone texted in and said, hey, I've been trying to call, can't call in. Got a bunch of text messages saying that. Quick thinking on his feedback there, Zach said just have him call the contest line. That works. And now the contest line is booting people off the line. So for some reason, I, again, think that this is Sam Kennedy somewhere with one of those EMPs, just knocking out the communications, right? Like Jack Bauer 24 style. But we'll continue to try and work around this. We'll do the best that we can. We have the Arcand Fire coming up in just a minute. But first, I guess Pete in the car is back on. Pete, before the Sam Kennedy EMP kicks you off again, what's going on tonight, buddy?
Hey, man, listen, the last caller wanted to put a little encore, and I heard you kind of sniffing down the right trail. I disagree entirely. Whether or not he had the reins in the offseason, them not picking up the right-handed bat, man, especially a guy like Inwenio who just served it to us and showed us exactly what $15 million can do, it really hurts. But I heard a take. I just wanted to get your opinion real quick. On a different station, they were talking about how the Red Sox have basically accrued an NL trash team. And you can run through the roster of the guys that they've brought up and brought on. You got the third baseman that they got in. You got Monasterio.
We lost him. I didn't do that. I swear to God, I didn't hang up on you. There's also a weird beeping happening. I think that's also part of the John Henry, Sam Kennedy EMP, which must have gone off very close to the station and has completely knocked out all of our communications. We're still able to broadcast. But if you want to call the show, there's going to be some interference. There's some foreign actors here. Or maybe not. Maybe domestic actors trying to interfere with these communications, as you can clearly hear. Yeah, the offseason, I mean, listen. Are they a crappy NL team? I don't know if I'd say that. I don't think that you put a rotation together like that and have those kind of projections if you're just some crappy middle-of-the-road team. That's what everyone thinks of you. Now, if those guys underperform, if Gray and Suarez is he was a number 2 starter in the NL East last year and for his whole career, basically. And they didn't move on from him either because he sucks. They moved on from him because they have Nola and Sanchez and a bunch of young guys coming up through the system. That's why Philly did that. Like they weren't going to keep paying Suarez at his age when they have, I forget what their names are, but they got like 2 kids coming up through the system at the bottom of their rotation, and they still have 2 studs at the top. So it was kind of superfluous to keep paying Suarez. I thought that was a good pickup for the Red Sox, and hopefully it starts to pay off. He had a dreadful spring, and he had a dreadful debut. But we'll see what happens there. Again, you got to give the vision a little bit more time to become sharper and clearer, but it's off to a lousy start. The vision so far, I thought I saw it. I don't see it at all. With that being said, let's get to the Arcand Fire.
What is Arcand Fire?
It's time for Arcand Fire on the Christian Arcand Show. This is WEEI.
Alrighty, you kind of hinted at it earlier with the ABS system and the eventual replacing of home plate umpires, but what are your thoughts in general on the automated balls and strikes? Do you like it? Are you not a fan, or any tweaks that you would make? Obviously, the Red Sox are awful at it, but
yeah, I mean, they suck at it, and I think that that's unfortunate. They've definitely made me think negatively of it just because of the way it's being used, but I think that used properly, it makes sense. It makes sense to have it. But what it really is doing is just setting the stage to get rid of the home plate umpire. I mean, that's really it. You're there to babysit the home plate umpire. And I think this is different from having replay challenges in other sports. I think it's different from that. Because every pitch of a baseball game, each individual pitch now being challenged is different from, okay, it went out of bounds, who to go off of, we're going to decide. No. This is what you do, home plate umpire. You decide if that pitch was in the strike zone or out of the strike zone. That is your primary function. And you have to, make plays at the plate and whatever. But that's the main thing that you're there for. Football, the referees have to make calls of all different types all the time. And there's different refs who make different calls and who do different things and different assignments. The home plate umpire, it's balls, it's strikes. That's what you're doing. That's what you're crouching down there, putting your face right in the line of fire, and that's what you're doing is you're looking at that strike zone. And now they have this thing, which is basically better than you at that job because its ruling supersedes your ruling. They go to the machine to correct you. They don't go to you to correct the machine. And once a hierarchy like that gets established, then everything under the one that's the dominant, right? Like it just is kind of, well, what are we paying you for? Why are we spending this kind of money? I think that eventually will lead to, in Major League Baseball, there not being any more home plate umpires, eventually. But I think that's a problem, not for the reasons that you may think. First of all, I don't like people to lose their jobs, so I guess for that. But also because I think it's going to be problematic for minor league baseball, college baseball, high school, and all these other where you're still going to need human umpires. And then you get to the majors, and all of a sudden there's not a human umpire to be found. Like that's going to be weird. And I don't think we'll ever get to a point with baseball where you're having automated balls and strikes in the Babe Ruth leagues and college, unless the game's televised. I think if it's televised, you'll definitely have it. But if not, you won't. You're just not going to. There's going to be lots and lots of games of players in other countries and things like that, just used to the regular umpires. And then eventually they're going to get to the majors, and it's going to be this entirely different thing from how they play it. Now, I know in other sports, international play is different from how it is in various countries in their leagues. The basketball courts are a different size in international play. Like, there's a lot of things like that. I understand. But Major League Baseball is still the gold standard in the world for baseball. So I think that's potentially a problem somewhere down the road. But that's how I look at it. I also think it's going to hurt pitchers like Ranger Suarez. I think guys like him who aren't overpowering but, sort of nibble around the edges of the strike zone, there used to be sort of an art to that. And that is just going to be completely out of the game now with people being able to challenge whether it's a strike or not. Now, there's still going to be bad calls that get through because you can't challenge everything. But I think that's going to change things a lot, and eventually it's just going to lead to them saying, what the hell do we need these home plate umpires for?
Alrighty, moving over to the NFL. A report from Jeremy Fowler and Tim McManus this afternoon. A rift forming between the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. In the article, they describe poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice, according to a team source. So what do you got on a potential rift between the Eagles and their quarterback?
I mean, I didn't need to read about it today. I think it was pretty obvious there's a major rift between A.J. Brown and that quarterback, and also Devontae Smith has looked at times like he's completely checked out of that offense. And these years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, people were talking about Brown and Smith as though they were the top wide receiver duo in the entire league. They aren't now. No one talks about them like that anymore, but it wasn't, 2-3 years ago, the year they won the championship and the year before that, where people were talking about those two guys as like a generational wide receiving duo. And I was certainly on board with that. I thought, you had everything there. You got one tiny little guy who can get open in any kind of space you want, and you got this other big hulking beast who can go up and, out-leap anybody and make these crazy catches in the end zone. They're a great complement for each other. Shades of like Welker and Moss even. Like they are that kind of duo. And the two of them, could they just, I think they would trade Jalen Hurts for anybody at this point. I think they'd trade him for any other starting quarterback. They cannot stand playing with him anymore. And it's incredible to me how you can go from winning a Super Bowl to that in such a small amount of time. Even I think during that Super Bowl winning season, this rift was there. I think this has been going on for at least 2 years. You don't suddenly just become this. I mean, this had to have been a thing that was festering and boiling, and even after winning the Super Bowl, it still just became this thing that they could not control. And to the point where A.J. Brown, has completely burned that bridge. And I bet you Smith is looking at Brown and saying, man, I wish I could get out of here like he's doing. I wish I could get out of this team too and go to a real team with a real offense and a real quarterback. And unfortunately, I just don't think Jalen Hurts is that. Jalen Hurts, the one thing he's good at is having players push him a yard. That's his main play. It's what he's known for. Tom Brady used to QB sneak all the time, too. It wasn't what his main – when you look up Tom Brady, you don't see, oh, yeah, that 1 yard sneak he does. That's Jalen Hurts' main thing. This guy's won a Super Bowl, too, and that's the main thing he's known for, getting pushed a yard by other players on his team. I'm not surprised. Let me just put it this way. I'm not surprised. I think that this is something that has been festering for a long time, and hopefully the Patriots are able to reap the benefits from it, and after June 1st, get A.J. Brown here in the Patriots uniform.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Alrighty, we'll stick in the NFL and a quarterback rumor. This one coming from Mike Florio over at Pro Football Talk. He says that the Broncos are lurking in the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, we'll call it, under the fear that Bo Nix won't be 100% from that ankle injury by the time Week 1 rolls around.
So I saw that Rodgers, he's waiting to make a decision or something going on there. Florio said that there's concerns that Nix may not be 100% by Week 1. Sources within the Broncos have described that report as absurd, preposterous, and says there is 0% chance of that happening. Broncos GM George Patton and head coach Sean Payton confirmed that Nix is ahead of schedule in his rehab and expected to be a full go for OTAs starting in early June. Now, you may not believe the Broncos here, but I would sooner believe that Aaron Rodgers put that rumor out to Florio than that the Broncos were really legitimately interested in him. Just my personal opinion. I think you bring in Aaron Rodgers to a situation like that. The Broncos just did this with Russell Wilson. Like, they just had Wilson out there. And he actually put up some decent numbers. He had a couple of decent seasons out there in Denver. Some of the cringiest interviews you've ever heard in your life. He was doing high knees on the team play. Jesus. Those Subway ads, just nothing. Nothing about that was, like, cool or normal. But Russell Wilson, they just did this with him. I can't imagine they would bring in Aaron Rodgers on a temporary basis and have him, like, around the team even at all. I'd be surprised. I would be surprised. Is their backup still Stidham, or is Stidham gone?
Still Stidham.
It's still Stidham. And I'm not sure who else is out there on the market right now in terms of backups. I think they have that kid from the Colts, Sam Ellinger.
Oh yeah, from Texas.
Right, because wasn't he the backup for Stidham? So yeah, I guess they still have options there. And I'm not sure what their cap space situation's like anyway, but I think the clock's ticking here on old Rodgers. And what are you going to do? I mean, it's probably for the best. You want to be Joe Flacco out there, right? You want to be out there dragging teams around, getting your ass kicked at age 43. I don't know. Tom Brady made it look easy to age gracefully at the quarterback position in this league. Aaron Rodgers, not so much.
Hadouken! Alrighty, so we've established my love for reality television, and I don't know if you caught wind of the latest Bravo drama in the last couple days, but I'll do my best to explain it to you in as timely a manner as possible, and then get your thoughts on it. Yesterday, big news broke in the Summer House world. Amanda Batula, West Wilson announced a relationship. So, quick crash course. Amanda and Kyle are essentially the two stars of Summer House, and they were married. And Kyle is the song Man-Child by Sabrina Carpenter is the best way to describe Kyle and his behavior.
It's about him?
It's not directly about him, but it might as well be.
Got it.
So Amanda's big thing with Kyle was that she wanted him to grow up and get serious about being adults. They're in their 40s, and he constantly goes out drinking, partying. Granted, that's the premise of the television show, but he became a 40-year-old DJ. Amanda and Kyle just announced that they are separated and in the process of getting a divorce when rumors started coming out that she was hooking up with West, also a member of the show, and ex of one of Amanda's best friends, Sierra, who is also on the show. So who do you think is in the wrong here, and where do you stand on jumping from a 10-year-long marriage to one of your best friends' ex-boyfriends?
In the real world, in like the normal world, I would say that that's a pretty big line to cross. In the world of reality television, which is where we're operating here, I mean, right? I heard Mego talking about this today. My wife was all, I heard it. So my wife has a very good corporate job, and she's in meetings all the time, and I can hear her upstairs sometimes when I'm getting the show ready. And when there's a big deal, something like that in the Bravo verse, that's all they talk about. They just get on the thing, and they're supposed to be working, but they're just talking about Bravo. That's it. That's all they do. I can hear them. And I heard some of these names. I heard, I don't know the show. I know that the show exists. I've never watched it. I don't really get what the point. It's like a Vanderpump spinoff. Is it something like that?
No, it's completely different.
It's completely different?
Yeah, they rent a summer house up in the Hamptons and essentially just throw parties every weekend.
What's the Vanderpump spinoff? Because I know there's one like that where it's like people from that show.
There's a new season of Vanderpump Rules with a whole new cast. They revamped the entire thing.
Maybe that's it. In the world of reality television, which is where these people all live and operate, I think that this is totally normal. It's totally natural. You're going to have to... I'm frankly somewhat disappointed that this passes for a big reality TV scandal. Honestly, I think it's a little like, really, this is where the bar is now to shock everyone, to shock the Bravo-verse. Is a guy, first of all, the main backbone of Bravo is the housewives, right? Are any of the housewives still married? Are any of them still married? No, they all get divorced. Every single one of them. They're all divorced. So to hear that a couple broke up on one of these shows and now the girl's dating one of their friends' ex-husbands or ex-boyfriends or whatever, it really doesn't surprise me at all. The entire Bravo universe really is held together by the housewives, and the housewives are all divorced. They all just are constantly getting divorced. That's all they do. They should not call the show Housewives anymore because they're not wives. They're all divorced. They're divorcees. There's a Rhode Island one that just started, right? Tremendous. I don't watch these shows. But I'm glad they finally brought it to a place like Rhode Island that I can maybe get into. I don't want to watch the Real Housewives of Maryland and the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. I don't care about that. Maybe a nice New England woman. That's what I want to see. I want to see a nice New England divorcee screaming at somebody and making the real big dramatic at like a dinner table at some restaurant. You know how they all are. These housewives, they're unbelievable. My wife doesn't like when I'm in the room when the show's on because she thinks I'm sitting in judgment, which I am, by the way. As for this, I honestly, I don't know enough about the people to really form an opinion one way or the other, but just from the bare bone facts of it, I'm a little let down that this is what passes for a reality TV controversy in the year of our Lord 2026. I think that's kind of sad. Let's all do a little bit better here, Bravo, okay? Let's step our game up a little bit. This to me, again, I don't know the people, but to me, this is nothing.
It's time to go behind the glass for The Producer's Point on the Christian Arcand Show. Here's Zach Coe.
Alrighty, I'll go quick with this one because we have dongs to get to.
Yes,
here.
we do.
So I want to go back to the Bruins for my producer's point this evening. Marco Sturm deserves a ton of credit for the way that this team is playing down the stretch. You were talking about people that thought they should have sold at the deadline. I am one of those people. I was on this very program asking why Victor Arvidsson, of all people, was still on this hockey team, and they have shut me up immediately. I was also questioning why Elias Lindholm was still in the lineup, and rather than send him up to the 9th floor, he moves him down a couple lines, and all of a sudden he's been a house of fire. Something about Sturm is he's pushing the right buttons. He is giving guys enough leeway to kind of work through things as they're going through it, and that message is obviously resonating in the locker room because the Bruins are playing by far their best hockey of the year, and it's coming right at the perfect time because I'm with Bridget now. I think this team can beat Carolina in the first round, and I think maybe if Swayman gets hot enough, they can make a pretty deep playoff run.
All right, there you go. That is the producer's point from our own Zach Coe. You know what's coming up next year, folks? The dingers, the taters, the goners, the dongs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. After Zach Coe gets you caught up on what's trending for the first time in 2026, we present to you the Dong Report.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Red Sox fell to the Astros 6-4 this afternoon, extending their losing streak to 5. Garrett Crochet got the start for the Sox, allowing 5 runs, 4 of them earned on 6 hits, striking out 7 through 5 innings of work. Sox will be off tomorrow before Friday's home opener against the Padres. Sonny Gray will get the start opposite Rhode Island native Michael King for San Diego. You can hear coverage of that one right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Arcand will get you started at 1:10 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. Then the Wills, Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, will have the call of the game. First pitch from Fenway at 2:10. Don't forget, Jones and Keefe will be live from Cask and Flagon on Lansdowne from 10 until pregame, getting you set for the home opener. Celtics are in Miami taking on the Heat tonight. They currently lead 112-102 at the end of the third quarter as the Heat start to mount a little bit of a comeback down there. The Bruins stayed scorching hot with a 6-3 win over the Dallas Stars at the Garden last night. Murat Husnadinov, Elias Lindholm, Henry Jokiharju, and a hat trick from Victor Arvidsson were the source of offense for the Bruins. They have now won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7. They now lead Columbus by 6 points for the top wild card spot, still trailing Montreal by 2 points for third place in the Atlantic Division. They'll be in Sunrise tomorrow night taking on the Panthers. My name is Zach Coe, and that's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. The Dong Report coming up next on the...
Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong.
Swing and a drive! Oh! He killed it! Cryptonia!
Where's the dong?
It is gone!
You can put it on the board, yeah!
Como estas? It's out of here!
Congratulations on your extremely long dong.
Dongs, 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 dongs. Dongs, 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 dongs.
Oh, yeah! Welcome in for the first time in 2026 to the Dong Report, ladies and gentlemen. Very impressed and very happy with the new intro that was cut together by our own Joe Braverman, who I know wanted to be on hand for the first Dong Report of the season. But Zach Coe stepped up. He said, no, I want the dongs. Give me the dongs. I said, oh, you got it, Zach. The dongs wait for no one. And Joe understands that. I think David's probably going to have to be on the dongs at some point this year, too. It's going to be a crazy season of dongs, folks. For the uninitiated, the Dong Report's pretty simple. We go all around Major League Baseball and tell you about all the dongs that were struck all throughout the league. In every game, we'll go through every single game. However, before we do that, we start off the Dong Report, as we always do, with Will Fleming out of context.
I know you have a specialty rub.
Yeah, you know it. You know he does. All right. I don't want to get hung up on last year's dongs. As the season begins anew now, we have a new chance for a new dong master. And friends of the dongs and all of that. So with a clean slate, let's get into it. Dong Report 1 of 2026. And we begin in Atlanta with the A's and the Braves.
I always feel like if you put an egg in anything, it's good.
I agree with that, Bradfo. You put an egg in basically anything, on a burger, in a cake, wherever, it's going to make it better. One dong struck in this game by the A's off the bat of Shea Langeliers. That's his fifth dong of the year, a 355-footer. No dongs for the Braves. They come out victorious, though, topping the A's by a final score of 5-1. Let's head to Baltimore for the O's and the Rangers.
I think they had 5 Hall of Famers on that team.
Yeah. Oh, you think so there, boss man. For the Rangers, no dongs. For the Orioles, a smattering of dongs. Dylan Beavers with his first dong of the year, a 401-footer. And the kid, Samuel Basayo. First dong of the year, a 437-footer. Hey! Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, at 437 feet, Samuel Basayo, catcher for the Baltimore Orioles, has the first long dong of the season. What you just heard there was the long dong gong. That means Basayo had the longest dong of the night, so congratulations, Sammy B, on your very long dong. All right, let's head to Cincinnati, Pirates and Reds.
Peanuts.
Give me that one again.
Peanuts.
Pea in nuts. It's unfortunate. Pirates and the Reds. For Pittsburgh, O'Neal Cruz. Dong number 3. 407-footer for him.
Baby, you a song, you make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
Thank you very much. I thought there was something for that. For the Reds, Eugenio Suarez, dong number 2 on the season. A 410-footer, not enough though. Pirates top the Reds by a final score of 8-3. To the city of brotherly love we go, Phillies and Nationals. The foot-long dong is not a bad idea. Indeed, it's not. For the Nationals, C.J. Abrams, his first dong of the year, 391 feet. For the Phillies, J.T. Realmuto, dong number 1, 401-footer. Bryce Harper, his first dong of the year. A long one, not the long dong, but a 425-footer for Bryce as the Phillies edge the Nationals 6-5 in 10 innings. Speaking of 10 innings, let's head to Toronto.
And his balls just dropped, so he's going through it right now.
Big moment in a young man's life, by the way. Pretty early for that to be happening, wouldn't you think? I don't think she meant, like, his voice got deeper. which is usually what you think of when you hear like the kid's balls just drop. I think like they literally descended. As for an infant, that's what happens there. Anyway, congratulations to Coco and Santo and Brooks is his name. Is that right? And little baby Brooks. Unfortunately for little baby Brooks, his first mention on the Dong Report is a game with no dongs, a dongless game. Rockies, no dongs. Blue Jays, no dongs. Rockies beat the Blue Jays by a final score of 2-1 in 10 innings, which, yeah, I feel like we're not going to be saying that about the Rockies too often this year. Let's head to Milwaukee for the Rays and the Brewers.
What a stud in every way.
Every possible way. I know what you're talking about. For the Rays, Yandy Diaz, dong number 2, is 364-footer. And for the Brewers, Bryce Terang, first dong of the year, 392 feet. The Brewers all over Tampa, 8-2 your final score as they quadruple them up. Let's head to Florida, Marlins and the White Sox.
Lorenzo the Lobster.
For the Marlins, Otto Lopez, one dong for him, his first of the year, 392 feet, part of an onslaught of offense for the Fish as they completely blank the White Sox, 10-0, your final score there. All right, I don't even want to do this, but let's go to Houston for the Astros and the Red Sox.
I'm a golfer, so I love a glizzy at the turn.
Amen, brother. Couple of dongs for the Red Sox. Willie Abreu, shot out of a cannon so far this year. His third dong of the year, 372-footer. Roman Anthony also with a bit of a garbage time dong. His first of the year, 300.
I actually think about the Roman Empire a lot.
I don't believe you, Mego. I don't believe any of those people, by the way. I think about the Roman Empire all the time. No, you don't. Shut up. No, you don't. What do you think about specifically? What about the Roman Empire is it that you're thinking about? I think about the 80s Celtics a good amount, but that's because I have a bunch of 80s Celtics crap in the basement of my house, and whenever I go down there, I think about them. Well, you got a bunch of Roman Empire stuff up in your house, you weirdo? I don't think so. And I'm not mad at Mego. I think that's weird. For the Astros, one dong struck off the bat of old friend Christian Vasquez. First of the year, 379 feet. Astros double up the Red Sox, sweep them right out of Houston by a final score of 6-3. All right, off to St. Louis we go for the Cardinals and the Mets.
That means you have a light box.
Some good Ted drops this year. We've got some good ones from him so far. For the Mets, one dong from Juan Soto. His first of the year, 344 feet. Not enough, though, as the Mets fall to the Cardinals by a final score of 2-1. Off to Wrigley Field we go for the Cubs and the Angels.
Split up the Jays.
Now, Mego, when will you ever learn? Can't split up the Jays. Definitely don't want to split them up tonight as they are putting a whooping on the Heat. Or they were, then the Heat came back, and now they've pushed the lead back out. We'll have more on that in just a second, as this is, of course, the Dong Report. Unfortunately, though, Cubs and Angels, nary a dong was struck. A dongless game that the Cubs won 6-2, but really we all lost. Let's go to Arizona for the D-backs and the Tigers.
Let's say they were both sitting in one of the grandstands, and one of them accidentally dropped his footlong into the lap of a young woman.
Go on. I would need to know where that story's going. Was that from the morning show? Is that Mego on the morning show this week? I missed that. I missed that story. I don't know how it ended, and I don't really know what she was talking about. But either way, one dong in this game struck off the bat of D-backs Corbin Carroll. His second dong of the year, a 410-footer. And so far, that's all the scoring in this game. Is this game final yet?
Wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Of course, Christmas Carol there.
D-backs won 1-0.
For Corbin Carroll. All right, that has gone final. D-backs did win that game 1-0. Off to San Diego we go for the Padres and the Giants.
I'm out of the closet, and that.
So far, Ted Johnson has dominated this first Dong Report. Absolutely dominated it. No question about it. There's still time for others to make a comeback, but so far, Ted has really owned this one. No dongs for the Giants. Tough start for them. Ramon Laureano, though, with the dong for the Padres. They won that game 7-1. Is that game still in progress? It's his second home run of the year for Laureano. 393-footer, 7-1 Padres. All right, off to Seattle we go for the Yankees and the Mariners.
If you blew two of them, you still have two that could be studs.
One more time with that one, please. If you could.
If you blew 2 of them, you still have 2 that could be studs.
Oh, boy. You know what? Ted was in the lead. I think Andy just passed him. Tremendous. A couple of dongs for the Yankees. Paul Goldschmidt. First dong of the year.
That's gold, Jerry. Gold!
And Ben Rice. Pride of Nobles and Greeno. With his first dong of the year, a 427-footer. As the Yankees take down the M's by a final score of 5-3. Game in progress right now is the Twins and the Royals.
And they got motorboated. Motorboated? No,
Yeah.
what's the other thing?
Nah, you had it. Motorboated. That's right. No dongs in this game. Twins and Royals. Dongless game so far. That the Royals. Thank you very much. Royals are in the lead. 7-1 is your score. And finally, last game on the docket. That would be the Guardians and the Dodgers.
Stick that plan up your poop.
Stick it up your poop. What is that? How does that work? How do you go up someone's poop? Anyway, Cleveland's up 2-0, and they got there from a dong struck by Gabriel Arias, his first of the year, a 407-footer. And that is all the games on the docket right here, folks. Could have a late breaker, I guess. But if I add all these up, carry the 5, that is a 20-dong night. A Kevin Youkilis, 20. A Gordon Hayward, 20. A Ray Allen, 20. Oh, boy, am I crap. Barry Sanders, 20. Barry Sanders, 20.
Your guy, Henry Yokiharu.
Yokiharu wears 20? Okay, I wouldn't have known that. But thank you very much. Very good. Let's see. Let's come up with another couple 20s here. I don't want to completely eat up the final segment.
Curtis Lazar, 20.
A Curtis Lazar, 20. Okay, very good. I believe Darren Lewis wore 20 back when he played here. I don't know why I remember that, but I'm pretty sure he wore 20. I think it was maybe from doing the Dong Report at various points. We are way over here. We've passed our Dong time. So what we're going to do is leave it up to you. Text in your number 20s at 617-779-7937. It can be 20 of anything. It can be sports numbers. It can be whatever you want, really. There's no limits on the Dong Report numbers. But that is the number, 20, no late breakers. Nothing to report? Okay. The number is 20 dongs. We'll get to those with clickbait right after this.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877
WEEI
Couple of minutes left in the show. And since we just had our first ever Dong Report of 2026, we're going to go through the numbers. A lot of people have sent numbers in. The number, of course, was 20. And before I get to your numbers, here's some of the athletes that we missed. In the 617, Arcand, you missed Ed Reed. Also, Gary Payton and Manu Ginobili. Good 20s. We had David text in with what?
Jorge Posada.
Jorge Posada, 20. Jorge Posada, no batting gloves, so you know what that means, right? Peed on his hands. So did Vlad Guerrero, Sr. Anybody you see that doesn't wear batting gloves, pees on their hands. It's a fact of life. Rondé Barber, 20. A Mike Bibby, 20. An Allen Houston, 20. I used to love Allen Houston. I hated the Knicks, but I liked Allen Houston. I just liked his game. Baseball, missed a bunch of them. Frank Robinson, 20. Lou Brock, 20. Don Sutton, 20. The number 20 is retired. One player has the number 20 retired in the NHL. Do you know who it is? Luke Robitaille. And that's it. It's the only number 20 retired in the entire NHL. Moving away from sports, the number 20 is a very versatile number that pops up everywhere from math to biology. Humans typically have 20 milk teeth or baby teeth and a total of 20 fingers and toes. A system based on 20 is called, actually, I don't know what it's called, but it's a counting system the Mayans used as the base for their entire number system. It's a tetrahedral number, meaning you can stack 20 spheres to form a perfect triangular pyramid. Bet you didn't know that. Calcium has the atomic number 20. A period of 20 years is known as a score, which is made famous by Abraham Lincoln. And a standard dartboard has sections numbered 1 through 20, and a D20 is the iconic 20-sided die used in games like Dungeons & Dragons. There are 20 standard amino acids that serve as the building blocks for every protein in the human body, but I'm sure you already knew that. The standard for normal vision acuity is 20/20, meaning you can see clearly at 20 feet what a person with normal vision should see at that distance. On a Rubik's Cube, no matter how scrambled it is, it can always be solved in 20 moves or fewer. And at the very start of a chess game, there are exactly 20 legal first moves available to each player. Some text I'd like to read now. The 917, the 20th episode of The Office. Season 5, Michael Scott is disturbed by the arrival of his new boss, Charles Miner, played by Idris Elba. That was some good episodes, I thought. I liked Charles Miner. I liked how Kelly and Angela both were in love with him. I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny how he just thought Jim was like the worst. He hated Jim and hated Michael, too. I mean, really, like, Charles Miner was kind of he was like a normal person. You know, like he was one of the normal people on the show, and everybody just hated him. And it was funny because he was really, The Wire and Stringer Bell was such a big deal at that point. And now here he is, this like office guy. And he was good. I thought he did very well in that episode. And that was more than one episode. I thought he was good for that entire character arc. Idris Elba's in a show, or maybe the show's over, but he's in a show called like, where like a plane gets hijacked or something on Apple TV. You know what I'm talking about? And I kept thinking I should watch that show. But I never got around to it. Anyway, that's all the time we have here tonight. Thanks to everybody who sent in 20s, 20-piece chicken McNuggets. James Garfield, 20th president from Jokic and Nurkic. 20th Century Fox, 20 inches, the equivalent of 1.67 feet. Thank you all very much. We'll have more Dong reports this week, starting tomorrow. Show beginning at 6 o'clock right here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. I am Christian Arcand. Love when the Dongs are back. Good night now.